hui o te konehira o Pōneke I tēnei rā. Welcome everyone to today's Koata Hātepe Regulatory Processes Committee meeting. For the committee members, would you please let me or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. We're going to have morning tea at I think around 11:15 after our public participation, and lunch hopefully somewhere around 12:30, but we're going to have to be quite flexible because we've got a very, very big agenda and we need to work around some other time constraints, including our Thornton Key paper. We'll have to come at around 2 o'clock or a little bit after to meet with some of the staff constraints that we will be needing to be present for it. I will start with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hahu, tihei Māori ora. All right. I do have an apology from Pawiwi Holden, and I'm not aware of any other apologies. I know the Mayor is going to try to be here for this meeting, so maybe apology for lateness from her. So with those two apologies, I will move them. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McNulty, and we'll vote on. Oh, all right, debate.
We have a 1,000-page agenda here. Thank you for me turning up. We have now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members here, and
someone online.
Who's online?
I believe you told me. Yeah, Pauiri Kelly.
So I just hope that we are giving it the due consideration that it needs.
Oh, and we have Councillor Paul just arrived, so that's good. Is there any other debate? No? All right, let's move to vote on those apologies. I declare that carried. I now call on any members that have a conflict of interest to declare that. Do we have any conflicts of interest? No, don't see any, so we don't need to do any more with that. Confirmation of minutes. I move that this committee approves the minutes of the committee meeting held on the 8th of August 2023, which have been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Paul. Any debate? No? I'll put that to the vote. I declare that carried. There are no items which are not on the agenda, although I do believe we're having one extra small traffic resolution coming to us, which we'll deal with when we, another amendment, which we'll deal with when we get to. Now we'll start with the public participation. So first up, Simon Wolf, welcome. Lovely to have you here. Everybody has 5 minutes today.
Yeah, absolutely. Kia ora, everyone. It's nice to be back. I'd just like to talk about TR 9223, which is the Birdwood traffic resolution. What's being proposed on a very narrow, dangerous road currently will only serve to make the road more dangerous with placing a white line up it. You'll see some pretty compelling evidence later on in respect of the public transport offering that goes up and down that road. It's not insignificant, and in the last week, 10 days, and talking to a number of bus drivers in our community, they believe that what is going to happen is going to be more dangerous than what exists now. We should be considering driver conditions and safety as being paramount, and I'm not so sure that there's been enough engagement around this with the bus operators and potentially Greater Wellington Regional Council either. The number 18, the number 21, a whole heap of school buses and lots of not-in-service buses use that road. It is a main arterial route, irrespective of how people see it or not. Karori lacks resilience, and there are only really 2 roads in and out which meet at the Karori Tunnel. So I think that this is also a little hypocritical in that when I was chair of the regional of this committee, we sent back traffic resolutions to the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Particularly, I recall Beecham Street, largely because it wasn't considering the whole network and the whole environment. It was piecemeal. When it got sent back, the officers at GWRC agreed, and so their approach was more holistic. I believe that this and traffic resolutions that are done singly like this shouldn't be. It should be part of the bigger cycleway engagement. I would recommend that from a safety perspective and also a resilience perspective, that we deal with this road as one, because we all know about the resilience problems on one side of the road. The other side of the road lacks resilience as well. And actually, if you put a white line up that road, there's no exit strategy either for anybody that has altercations going up and down, and particularly you're going to be putting pedestrians at peril. So I would say look at it as a whole approach. The Karori side of the road you know about, but there has been big, huge slips on the other side, on the Chater Street side, and I think that needs to be taken into account as well. But the big number one is treat it holistically. Bear in mind that there is a bigger cycleway engagement that is happening, and don't please don't continue to cut. It's like death by 1,000 cuts to the community, one after another, after another, after another. They're not used to dealing with traffic resolutions, but the community will engage, and we have seen it just recently in respect of a big picture. So, yeah, it's the safety and the up and down. You'll see some compelling evidence later on. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I do actually have one. So you mentioned pedestrians at risk. How do you see them being at risk?
There's for traffic, oncoming traffic, there's no exit. You know, they can't, it's either the wall or the footpath to get out of the way of, you know, like in the afternoons now, it's difficult with sunstrike on a narrow road. That road, you cannot have in places because of the change in the road, the cornering, and you'll see a photo shortly. The buses in particular, you know, way over the centre line now. There have been accidents on that road, not serious, but you bring it across that little bit more and you will have some serious accidents, and it may involve pedestrians.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just putting it out there. I know this road really, really well, and I know what comes up and down it. I've surveyed it myself, and it's really compelling that there are significant safety issues on the road currently, let alone if you narrow the road with a white line. It would be safer not to do it, take the car parks off, create a 30km/h zone on that road, and that's what you should be considering with the holistic approach to the cycleways. It's not that it shouldn't happen. It's not that we shouldn't protect cyclists at all. It's that we need to protect the whole environment, and that's a bigger engagement than a traffic resolution.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Councillor Wolf. I'm sorry not Councillor, well, you are Councillor Wolf.
And whatever. Simon,
Different council.
I answer to a lot.
But thank you.
I'm going to leave this pen here because
Yep.
it's actually yours
Okay.
from the previous term.
Thank you very much. Right, well, we will move to Reid Basher. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. This presentation speaks to a particular safety issue, which is the intersection along the proposed cycle route between Birdwood, Braithwaite and Ponsonby Road. For a long time, those of us who have lived there now for some decades have been concerned about the safety at that intersection. The genesis of the presentation is that I put together a 4-page analysis of the problem, recommending the roundabout, and circulated it to numbers of neighbours. And I was very pleased to find that a very large number of people came back supporting the idea, and you'll see that in the feedback information you've got. Something is... here we go. Okay, so this is the intersection looking from Braithwaite towards the city, and you can see the main route, Braithwaite through to Birdwood, is broad and sweeping, and there's little Ponsonby Road off to the right, and the challenge is that the 80-odd households that live up there have to get out of that, particularly if they're going to the city, which is the bulk of the choices made at that intersection, and have to turn right. Let's see if we can make, here we go. Here's what some of the people fed back to me about, and also in the feedback about this corner. The words like tricky, nightmare, poor sightlines, treacherous, taking our lives into hands. This is a risky, dangerous corner, and it's amazing that there hasn't been any reported accidents in the last 10 years. This is the bird's eye view. The proposal that is being made and supported by the residents is for some sort of roundabout in that corner, indicated by the blue dot. Not a hard roundabout, but something that indicates the right-of-way rules. That's the critical thing. People need to have simpler right-of-way decision-making. Somebody turning from Ponsonby Road has to look left and then right, a full, almost 270-degree angle, peering around behind other traffic and bushes and so on. It's very difficult and definitely needs some sort of solution. The key advantages of a roundabout are these, that the critical one is safer give-way decisions, but also reduced speeds. That would be a major safety gain at the corner. But also, anybody getting the buses at that intersection has to cross the road, and this would give better, safer options for pedestrians. The council response was a bit standard and bureaucratic, blew it off in a way. I was a bit disappointed. No recognition of this high-risk situation. And saying, well, no crashes, but are we going to respond just after a crash happens, or are we going to take a risk approach? We have to act on risk. And it certainly doesn't acknowledge the concerns of the numerous residents of the area. Doesn't. Okay, so here are my conclusions. We've got a long-standing safety issue at this corner. I've brought it up in the context of the cycle proposal because the risk will in fact increase as a result of cyclists. I'm a cyclist myself, and I support the council's effort to make safer cycling in this area. There is strong resident support, relatively minor cost implications. I mean, costs are always an issue, but these are not like hundreds of thousands of dollars I'm talking about. What I would like is a more serious response from council, and not just from the staff, but from councillors to say, yes, please provide some guidance on this issue and find a solution, please. Thank you.
We do have time for a very quick question from Councillor Paul.
Kia ora. I was just wondering, you said that the response you got to the roundabout proposal, the response you got, you were disappointed in it and it was rather bureaucratic, but what was the actual response? Was there any willingness to investigate it, or was there a reason given why we might not be able to look into the roundabout, or can you just give some more details?
I think it was, I basically quoted what the officer response was. and they talk about topography, low traffic volumes. I mean, I don't know what there are 500 vehicles go through there at peak times, and the fact there've been no reported crashes, I don't think that last one, not a reason. It's
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and yeah, we've heard what you've got to say. Thank you. Right, we'll move to Simon Holst. Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Welcome to our table.
Thank you. Here-turi-kōkā. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I think I'm down there as wanting to submit on TR 9224. I don't know that that's right. I think I want to submit on TR 9223.
Yeah, I've just actually drawn that to our committee advisors' attention. They should all be 23, not 24. We'll fix that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I think I'd like to echo a lot of what Simon Wilf has said. I'm not opposed to cycleways per se. I have a cycle. I won't cycle on roads. I think cycles in cars, and particularly cycles in buses, are a terrible mix. Until there are protected cycleways, I will not cycle. My wife does, and I have serious safety concerns for her. I do not think that this proposed cycleway is going to do anything to improve safety of cyclists. I don't think you can just paint in a cycleway and call that a safety, in any way making things safer. I think the real problem is, as Simon has pointed out, the road is not wide enough now. You already can't barely fit a bus going each way in the road now in the narrowest places, let alone, if you add a cycleway and remove the dual use footpath, which is currently cycleways and cyclists and pedestrians. It's not a great solution, and it's not. I can understand why that upsets pedestrians, but really there is just not enough room on that road now. It's just. Yeah, again, painting a lane in is not going to make it safe. It is just going to constrict traffic more. I also, with regards to the removal of the parks at the bottom, I think Wellingtonians are now resigned to the removal of car parks on the road. I'm not really opposed to the removal of the parks at the bottom. What I would suggest is that what is now currently the overflow car park for the sanctuary, that ratepayers paid for and now have had their access restricted to, be opened back up so people can use that again as a park and ride during the week. If the sanctuary have events, by all means close it for sanctuary parking. In the weekends, use it for sanctuary parking. But during the week, let people park there, and if you don't want cars in the city, let people drive there, park and then bus or walk. And really, that's me.
Thank you. We do have a question, so Councillor McNulty.
Cool.
Sorry. Hey, thanks, Simon. I suppose when I was looking at the feedback on this TR, what actually seemed to stick out more than the messaging I've heard this morning was that the slip was the predominant issue. There was quite a strong theme of don't do anything until the slip's done first. So I just wonder if you have any kind of commentary or thoughts around that.
I think it's just a compounding factor at the moment. It's another constriction. It's been a long time with nothing done. I can understand it's being monitored to see what does happen. But again, the width of the road there is constricted, ironically, about the widest part of the road, probably now. Before the slip. So maybe the impact of the slip is minimal, but I catch buses home in the evening. Normally I walk into work, but I bus home in the evening. Then again, being in a bus behind a cyclist who is coming up the road is hair raising and is particularly bad around that slip at the moment. So would be great to have it repaired, but to understand it's a big issue.
I mean, would you say at the very minimum that the slip remediation needs to proceed before we do?
It seems crazy to be doing anything else to the road without remediating the slip, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee or others? No. Well, thank you for your submission. You've been very clear. Thank you. Alex Dyer. Welcome, Alex.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Dyer tōku ingoa. I'm here to speak on Birdwood as well. We've sent in other submissions on bunch of the other traffic resolutions, most of which we don't have any real problems with and support. But yeah, we do have a real challenge with Birdwood Street. So we're somewhat unsupportive of what's going in there. It's pretty disappointing, really. We, of course, support the project, but a painted bike lane uphill that is too narrow and has no physical protection is likely to not appeal to the less confident and interested but concerned people we should be targeting with all of these projects in this bike network to empower them to ride. The design, of course, as proposed, will improve things for pedestrians by returning the path to from being shared. But that change specifically as well will likely mean that the conditions are worse overall for people on bikes in the short term, as the bike lane, as I've said, is too narrow and unprotected. It's 1.2 for most of it metres wide, which includes the gutter channel. So cyclists generally are trying to keep clear of the gutter channel because it's uneven, and they're going to have pedal strike on that, of course. So the real usable width of the painted lane that is being proposed is more like 900 or 800 millimetres wide. And for an uphill lane, that's really difficult to contend with. Removing the designation of a shared path means that the people who really do need to or choose to cycle and need to in a safer space than on the road or on a painted lane, they'd have to choose between doing that or doing something then illegal, which is unfortunate. We're just worried that adding a painted lane only is possibly less safe, especially because some studies have shown that adding a painted lane like that can cause drivers to pass cyclists more closely because they see a demarcation, so they move closer to the demarcation irrespective of where the cyclist is. So our proposal in general, so we support a lot about the rest of the project, like no parking zones and making it smoother for buses and access along it. But we would really strongly recommend that the shared path designation is not removed until a protected uphill cycle lane at the least is able to be fit.
Okay,
So
we do have a couple of questions. So Councillor Abdurrahman and then Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Alex. Thank you for coming. My question would be, the biggest challenge is, this is, I think, like a classic example of what we're facing when we try to put a protected cycle lane in Wellington. So what do you think in general, when such a thing happens, how that social cohesion, the community can come, and you want it protected, it's impossible in some areas, and how do you see out in general, take this one as an example, how to approach this?
I don't have an answer for you straight away. I think that we've got to prioritise people on bikes and walking and buses. So there's bound to be a range of other ways that we can prioritise people in these spaces for their safe and healthy travel. So I think what I'm seeing is the challenge of still trying to think like we need to balance the needs of people to choose to drive private vehicles whenever they want, wherever they want, and we need to really take stock of that choice and decide what we're prioritising in these times.
I was going to allow, if you don't mind, I'll allow Councillor McNulty.
Do you think that this might be better, because we have a consultation going around the Karori Connections project at the moment, whether this is actually better considered as part of that main project, that we might get a better outcome here, or we might be able to find some ways? I'm just trying to navigate through this.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I've been thinking of it in that context, of course, and the combination of both of those projects together is still going to result in no option but to take the lane downhill for all cyclists in both of the corridors. So unless we can see either full protection uphill on one of them at least, or full protection in both directions on between them, however you do that across the network, we're going to, that's the problem. So Birdwood Shared Path, as I understand, because I haven't ridden it very much myself, is very important for those that are not going to be taking the lane anytime soon.
Thank you, Alex, that's been very useful. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
We'll move to Tony Beaglehole.
Will it start automatically? Morena koutou, ko Beaglehole tōku whānau, ko Topi tōku ingoa. A little bit of background, I am the Treasurer of the Business Leaders Health and Safety Forum, a network of chief executives committed to health and safety. I'm also a trustee on Chesn's Construction Health and Safety New Zealand and have been chief executive of major hazard facilities. My purpose here today is to say to you that this proposal, as Simon and others have said, this proposal is unsafe and should not proceed. To start with, let's just understand who we are targeting. And when you work your way through the response from officials, it indicates that 4.4% of Koori residents cycle, that 1/3 of those use Birdwood Street, and that 2/3 of those who use Birdwood Street are using the road. In other words, 1% of Koori residents would stand to benefit from this proposal, were there indeed any benefits to those cyclists. And I propose to you that there are, in fact, no benefits to cyclists of what's being proposed. The second element I wanted to draw to your attention was the most sort of peculiar approach to the bottom of Messines Road and the introduction of no stopping zones on Messines Road, which is not part of the Birdwood Braithwaite cycleway. It's simply a road that happens to go past. And the no stopping zones that I mentioned, the only rationale provided is that it provides some better sight lines and access to buses. Now, if we want to provide better sight lines and bigger parking spaces for buses, then by all means do that, but don't fold it for no apparent reason into a cycleway proposal, deleting a bunch of car parks at the bottom of Messines Road that are sorely needed with the additional residential accommodation that's going on further up Messines Road. The rationale itself for the proposal, we start off by talking about, sorry, I can't quite read that on screen there. So we're talking about a route. It's a high-speed differential between people travelling uphill by bicycle versus by car, combined with poor sight lines around road corners, make this route unsafe. That is part of the founding rationale for making some changes. Yet the changes don't improve this at all, as others have said. In fact, they make the road narrower when we've got two buses trying to get past each other, and we essentially make cyclists the meat and the sandwich. I run to work from Koori, I cycle to work from Koori, and I take a moped, and I would never go up that road with or without a 40 centimetre painted line that's supposed to help people to know that they're not allowed to run me over. So we've got a painted buffer, but then when we talk about the painted buffer, we say that's okay because it also allows buses to swing in when they need to. So it's sort of safety when it's convenient, and when it's not, that's fine. And there was an earlier mention of the regular slips that we have on Birdwood Street. Also covered in council and officials' feedback was that the painted buffer allows better access for road workers to come and clear those slips when they occur, which indicates clearly that we expect slips to continue despite the remediation work whenever that occurs. In summary, really, it doesn't improve safety, it simply exposes cyclists unnecessarily to greater hazard. So just seems to be quite a slow link between the clicker and the, there we go. We lost it. So look, the proposals are poorly thought through. The benefits, if there are any, would only attribute to 1% of Koori residents. The Messines Road no stopping zone makes no sense and is irrelevant to a cycle lane proposal, and safety is being compromised for cyclists, not enhanced.
Thank you. I wonder if we have any questions. No. Okay, again, you've made some very clear points. Really thank you for your time coming to speak to us. Peter Lembrechtson. Welcome, Peter.
Welcome. I was here a few months ago to present on another traffic resolution, and this is sort of where I have a problem in general with the traffic resolution process. To me, the submission comes out, it gets sent to the residents that directly live in that area. No one in the wider council or the wider area is notified of it, and if you don't know about it, you are completely unaware. And then the traffic resolution comes through, and it invites feedback. But I have some examples here. There was 39 traffic resolutions in the last year, or since this council has been formed, and of those 39 that had negative responses, only one changed. So from the initial consultation to the actual time that the traffic resolution was submitted to come to the council for president, there was only one change. So to say that there is actually genuine consultation with the public and then changes accordingly from those traffic resolutions, in my view, is a nonsense. They come out and then the resolutions pass in exactly the same form to the council to then be voted on. Then when the traffic resolutions come to the council, they are voted on by vast majority. They are all voted verbatim. There have been few situations in that exact same time. There was 59 traffic resolutions. Of those, one was modified, and then 2 were pulled, and that was it. All of these traffic resolutions are submitted, no feedback is received, they then get approved and implemented. So for me, again, the concept of this is a democratic process, yes, we have all voted for the council that we have in front of us, but at the same time, these traffic resolutions come out and nothing changes. So for me, I think the idea of things can change and that the traffic resolutions will be modified or voted down or such like just doesn't happen because, again, they come out and nothing changes. My fourth point in general is with the traffic resolutions, they are treated equally with the yeses and the nos. The yeses sometimes do not live in that particular area where that traffic resolution happens. So, for example, for the Birdwood presentation, which is what I'm coming here for, there have been people submitting from Miramar, from the Cycle Network, or in general, other people from even Newlands submitting in support of it, whereas you have people that live directly on that street and against. And for me, the fact that you have these two different groups being equally treated, for me, is a nonsense as well, because there are people that live on these streets that are directly impacted by this. They put in consultation, they put in lengthy feedback. Myself, I put in pages of feedback. All of it was ignored. The traffic resolution was passed, and now I am directly impacted by the decisions that the council has made. And for me, that's a nonsense. If you're going to put in presentation, if you're going to ask for feedback, at least take that into consideration. All of the feedback responses you have, for example, this TR92, they were all copy and pastes for the most part. There were slight modifications. They were for the most part just the same responses. We had people asking here saying, I'd like a roundabout. I agree, actually. The funny part about the roundabout, talking right outside Ponsonby Road, I have had an accident there. I was driving up the hill, a person was coming down Ponsonby, they pulled out in front of me, and I crashed into them. That happened about 3 years ago. I have the time that it was repaired. It was a low-speed crash. We didn't report it to the police. Again, it was a low-speed crash. I actually agree. Putting a roundabout in there makes a lot of sense. Someone put in a suggestion. It was ignored by the traffic resolution people. The paper as it stands now will come to you, folks. I have no doubt in my mind you will all just accept it and approve it, and it will become the rule as it comes. Reading through the last 9 months of traffic resolutions and just the pages and pages of responses that you've had, the overwhelming thing is fix the buses. That is the problem. We want to have more people off the roads. Fix the buses. The buses are fundamentally broken. They have been broken for years. We just need to have more people on the buses. And to finalise, coming to Birdwood. Birdwood is too narrow. It is fundamentally too narrow a street. This was me about 3 weeks ago coming down. I actually had a cyclist, I've got the video here if you'd like to watch it, a cyclist directly in front of me. I was giving them at least 10 to 15 metres so then they could cycle down. It was raining, it was wet, it was early in the morning, and I was driving down. A bus came up the road and was way over the centre line. And this is without any of the existing modifications that you're planning to put in to push that bus even further over the centre line. It is absolutely nuts to say that this is going to improve safety. It's going to make it so much less safe. If it was me, and me as a cyclist, I'd like a quick show of hands. Who here has actually cycled on Birdwood up during peak hours, up during the rain?
Peter, you have got some hands behind you, but I'm going to have to ask you to make your last few points.
Yeah. I just don't understand how the council can say they want consultation, they want input from the community, and that is consistently ignored. That's my problem. And I'm happy to show this photo, happy to show the video, but Birdwood is just crazy.
Okay, we don't have time for questions, but
Anyway.
you have made your points very eloquently, and I'd like to say we don't ignore everything, and I think that would be proved true if you actually look at the totality of what we do. But I do hear your point.
The vast majority is ignored.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move to Benjamin Burkhart. You in the room or online, Ben? We may not have Ben yet, so I'm wondering if we could move to Andy if he's here. Andy Foster, he's online. Welcome, Andy.
Good morning, I am here. Beautiful day it is too. Thanks, councillors, and greetings. I wasn't really intending to present on this, but when I saw it, I agree with everything that everybody said. What's being proposed is going to be worse in terms of safety for people on bikes, for people who are driving, for the buses, and actually I think in many ways it'll be worse for pedestrians as well. And that's because you'll push the vehicles right across next to the footpath, and the road width which is being proposed actually use the gutter as part of the footpath. So that means you'll have buses, cars, trucks, etc. right alongside the footpath, and that puts pedestrians at more risk as well. I think there's a much bigger downside for pedestrians than removing the bikes which choose to go up there. You know about Birdwood Street. It is narrow. It's 5,000 vehicles a day. You've got a bus route on there as well, and you've got a cliff both above and below it, and that cliff is falling apart. There's a large section of it at the moment which has a concrete barrier which is put up, which makes the road even narrower, and that concrete barrier is there to prevent debris coming down from the bank. Essentially, pretty well every time it rains a lot, you have more debris onto the road, which is the place that the cycleway is proposed to be. If you're a cyclist, downhill you are flying. There is no issue with keeping up with the traffic. In fact, usually I will give traffic a head start because I know I'll catch it up. On the way up, you're crawling. And if you are on the road, I'd never go on the road. We'll always use the footpath. But if you're on the road, it's narrow, and you are often hidden behind the bank as you go around a corner. On the footpath, we put that in deliberately to allow people to cycle up there safely. I asked the officers, I've had quite a bit of engagement with the officers about this, and they say that in the 10 odd years that the shared path has been in place, there have been no recorded complaints, not one. Not from pedestrians and not from cyclists. People are courteous, and I think it works well. This is a location which I don't think, you're not going to get the optimal widths, etc. But what's being proposed actually takes us below even the legal minimum widths. I understand you can do that by bylaw. The legal minimum width, I'm told, when talking to traffic engineers, was 2.75. You'll end up with 2.5, including gutters, which aren't supposed to be used. And you even heard Alex Dyer saying that. So you've got something which is way under width, and the only way you can do that, as I understand it, is doing it by bylaw and with the council accepting the risk, and that's a risk under health and safety, is the advice I've got. And council usually is pretty averse to take on health and safety risks. That's why you deal with earthquake-prone buildings, etc., the way you do. And I think you're all reasonably aware of what the consequences are of health and safety prosecutions, and they can be both personal and or at least to officials, and financial. If you read the submissions, and you've heard what you've heard this morning, the submissions, while it says there are 29 in favour, in fact, if you actually read them, a large number of those people are in favour, about a third of them are in favour of a roundabout which wasn't even proposed, or actually even said that they're against it, but have been recorded somehow in favour. So it's actually about 20 in favour, and the rest either against or neutral. councillors, look, the fundamental issue is that the road here is too narrow to do what's being proposed. If you put 2.5 metre lanes in, a bus is 2.85 metres, so you can tell that obviously will go across the lane with its wing mirrors. You'll have more conflict between vehicles, you'll have more conflict with the footpath and potentially with the cyclists going uphill. I asked for information about the audit, in inverted commas, which has been done. It's only been an internal audit as far as I can see, and a proper audit is supposed to be done externally. This is being done because it's deemed to be minor, but in fact, because you've got that number of vehicles on there and because of the safety risks, I don't believe it's only minor. And there are, as I said, there are going to be risks to council. So for me, this is worse for cyclists going downhill. You've got less room to go down, and in the morning you have a lot of traffic backed up from the traffic lights. You normally can duck out, duck back in, duck out, duck back in. If you make the lanes narrower, that's going to be much harder. It's much worse for cyclists going uphill if you force us to come off the shared path at the moment. In fact, as I think even Alex said, we'll give you the choice of riding illegally on what is currently the shared path or going another route if you don't want to use the footpath, and that's much worse for cyclists. It's worse for pedestrians, it's worse for buses and for motorists. And what I would suggest you do is that you do take the opportunity to remove the downhill side parking on Birdwood Street. There's a section of broken yellow lines there, which for some reason has been left. Nobody uses it except when the sanctuary has an open day. And if anybody did use it, it will force all the traffic coming downhill. Even one car park there will force all the traffic coming downhill into the opposing lane, which is completely undesirable. So please get rid of that. Keep and sign the better the shared path. And I know talking to officers there, they're amenable to keeping the shared pathway to give that choice. And as some others have suggested, think further about consulting on this when you literally in the next few days start the engagement on the wider Karori connections. Because the reality is, councillors, you can't actually do this now physically anyway.
I need to ask you just to make the last point.
This is the last thing. You can't actually do this now anyway because of the slips that are there and the barrier. So in a sense, you say, why would you do this now before you're doing the wider Karori connections? So look, thanks for listening, councillors.
Thank you very much. That was very informative, but you have completely used your time. But thank you.
That's okay. Look, I wish you all well. Nice to see you all.
Lovely to see you again too.
Yes.
Right,
Bye.
thank you. So we will move to Joe. Online. Welcome, Joe.
Here-turi-kōkā. Hope you can hear me okay.
We can.
My name's Jo Scott. I live on South Karori Road, and I'm a daily cyclist along that section of road as a commuter into work and recreationally. Just a couple of observations. That section of road generally has a pretty light flow of traffic, and as a cyclist I find it easy to take the lane. There's judder bars along that section which also help with that as a cyclist. And I'd say that I'd also just comment that I am incredibly supportive of the council's commitment to cycle lanes across the city, and there have been ones put in that have made my commute in and out of the city much easier. But I think there's real problems with the proposals for South Karori Road, and I don't think the analysis has really fully explored those and allowed you to see the impact of some of the options. So just to reiterate, it's a light traffic area. It's already got judder bars. Just comment that the houses that are at 54 to 60 South Karori Road don't actually have off-street parking, which is what the report says. We all park on council land, and it's an encroachment area which the council would be free to take it at any time. So there's actually no off-street parking there. The report says that a dedicated cycle lane is going to increase cycling, particularly in relation to the school down the end of the road. I wonder if anybody's really looked at the topography there, because whilst that road is relatively sort of flat and undulating, Hazelwood Ave is incredibly steep. And I really doubt that parents dropping off kids at school are going to cycle down to school and then take their kids and cycle back up that hill at the end of the day. So I don't think you're going to see any discernible increase in cycling if you put a cycle lane in there. And then the other point I wanted to make was removing the parking along that section means that any visitors, potentially us as residents, families, tradespeople are going to have to walk a considerable distance in order to do anything at those properties. And for me, I'm particularly concerned about those with limited mobility, which directly affects our whānau. Excuse me, my mother, son, and other family members would actually struggle to visit us if they were not able to, to access our house fairly easily. And I think there's some pretty straightforward solutions for that piece of road. One of the things that's mentioned in the report is people coming off the Mākara track and then cycling on the footpath because it's deemed to be unsafe to be on the road. That's actually just poor cycling etiquette. I really dispute the fact that people coming off that track, highly skilled cyclists who are very experienced, moving around that track, can't negotiate that piece of road on the road when they get off the track. So I think the solution there is to get some signage up at the track to remind those cyclists not to use the footpaths and potentially police it and issue some fines if needed. Make this section of road 30k. This is really about the fastest that anybody would travel along it anyway because of the judder bars and just the nature of that piece of road. And put some sharrows in. These are quite an effective reminder to drivers rather that cyclists can take the lane, and obviously retain that parking along there, because otherwise you're really not meeting the needs of the whole demographic of users around that area. And as I said, I'm pretty concerned that it's going to create a real problem in terms of those with limited mobility, or someone like myself who's often carrying 1 to 2 mokopuna plus bags, etc., to get down to the house. If I have to walk, a block to get to our house, that's not going to be fun either. So that's really just the points I wanted to make, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jo. I'm not sure if we have any questions. Do we have questions? Yes, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Jo. One of the feedback I've been hearing from Karorians is that they would like to see the council come back and re-engage with the community and look at this whole bike network plan for Karori as a whole. And I think you might have heard Councillor Wolf mention that in his presentation. Just wondering what your views are on that.
I think that's actually really important because it's a complex network, and so South Karori Road is obviously just a small part of it, and really just a pretty, I think it's quite easily solved. But the main street, and then as a cyclist, there's huge problems down around the tunnel and Chaitoa and Raroa Road. That's a high accident area. Around Marsden Village, I think we really need to examine the whole thing. And Birdwood Street, as Andy Foster mentioned earlier, is really just a madness. That street's incredibly dangerous just by itself. But for me, I would love the council to have a really close look at the tunnel. I've several times been cycling through the tunnel, taking the lane. Remember, the tunnel's got double yellow lines.
Sure, I just wanted to ask you to make a few last comments.
I've had vehicles pass me in the tunnel and then swerve to miss buses coming into the tunnel. So that, to me, you focus on those key areas that would really make be a really useful exercise for the council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very useful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Joel, do we have Joel? Thank you, Joel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm also going to be speaking about the TR90 proposal. So when I originally requested to speak, the original proposal was for there to be no unrestricted parking, which, as Jo said, would have been very concerning for the people on that stretch of road that don't have any off-street parking. Yeah, I note that the proposal has changed to allow a little stretch of off-street parking. I am still concerned about the length of that unrestricted parking, given the number of people that on that stretch of road that don't have access to off-street parking and may need to use it, as Joe said, for builders coming to fix things with their properties, or people delivering furniture, appliances, or people visiting those properties. So that's my main concern around the length of that unrestricted parking, and particularly on that stretch of road from around 39 to about 70 South Karori Road. Yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Oh, very succinct and clear. Do we have questions? No, I think you were actually very clear, and it just adds to the the other submissions that we've heard. So thank you. Right, we will move. We've just had a cancellation, so that's good because it means we are keeping to time. Patrick.
Kia ora, councillors, and thanks for your attention, and hello to everyone viewing online. Traffic resolutions are really important in making our streets easier to use for everyone who wants to get around. I'm going to start with South Karori. I think there's been some changes to the proposal since submissions were received, and that shows the process works. A few sensible adjustments to parking there means that there is more provision for residents there, at least for a couple of parks. People shouldn't be biking on the footpath, but currently people do because they feel intimidated by traffic going along South Karori Road. People of all ages and abilities use Makara Peak, and I don't think we should be forcing unconfident cyclists to be riding on the footpath. Footpaths are primarily for people on foot. Thinking about Raroa Road, this is an essential connection from the city up into western suburbs, and that's why CAN supports the traffic resolutions here. We note there is an impact on people parking there. People who are commuting will have to make other plans. And for residents who will be more severely affected, I note that there's already some have built off-street parking, and I predict more will do so, as we've seen in Coot Street and Kilburney. People can adapt to these changes. Again, Raroa Road is an essential connection, and it deserves the best quality cycle provision that we can provide. Adelaide Road CAN supports the provision of mobility parking there. Now, thinking about Birdwood Street up to Karori, I know in our submission we've said overall we support that. I've now had a chance to have a better look at that, and I'm not satisfied with what's proposed. Have a look at the width of your chair, 800 millimetres, the chair you're sitting in now. That's the effective space that a painted bike lane would permit someone cycling up there. It's just not going to work. It's really uncomfortable to ride in that width, and as we've heard, paint is not protection. We know that some drivers will skim the corners and put people at risk there. So we're asking for a rethink of that design. In the meantime, you should not change the shared path provision up Birdwood Street, because we know that for some riders, they're not going to ride on the street how it is. They'll continue to ride on that shared path, and we should not make it illegal for those riders. I'll take questions now. Thanks for your attention.
Yes, there are some. Councillor Paul. And Councillor
Patrick.
Abraham.
So there was a previous submitter this morning who said, who made a comment about submissions and the weight that's given to people who live on a street versus those who live away from that street. Do you have any comments? Did you hear those comments, and do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I didn't hear those comments. Of course, people who live on the street are going to feel very much invested in what goes on that street. But our streets are public property. They're there for everyone to use, and I'm not sure we should be privileging some people over others.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you can go, and then we'll have Councillor Chung.
Thank you so much, Morgan. So you change your mind in this case, and which is, I think, that's something that we need from the community when it comes to compromising. Do you see these challenges coming from time to time, and that consideration maybe you feeding back to us as well to some extent?
Sorry, Could you clarify?
So basically, in this case, if the community who live in that street, if they didn't come, we struggle to articulate it, the problem they will be facing, and we got a lot of traffic resolutions here.
Yes.
As someone who is interested in these positions, would you in the future alert so it's not gonna create that a bit of bitterness between the communities, and some of the resolutions is good, but because of this one, the whole thing is going to be part of a discussion. Is that a way your organization can alert the council?
Yeah, so I think we have to trust the process. It's an open and transparent process. Everyone has the same opportunity to look at the information and have their say, which is why we're along here today, and you'll hear from a range of views. Then it's up to you as councillors to decide, does the proposal follow our priorities for transport, for decongestion, for safety, for climate, and for the well-being of our citizens? The ball is now in your court. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Patrick. You're talking about, I agree with you about Birdwood Road. I think it's far too narrow for anything else to go in there. But what about Raroa Road? You said that did you say you're comfortable with that? Because I've ridden down that road and I find that road very scary because, again, it's not wide and it's windy. And so it's very difficult to see around corners. So do you think that we should have, do you think it's safe to have a cycle lane down there?
I think there's a strong case for speed reduction. We know that's one of the best ways to improve safety on any street. It gives people more time to assess what's on the street and to make appropriate decisions. Of course, we would prefer protected bike lanes, particularly on the uphill where the speed differential is quite marked. We appreciate it's not always possible to achieve that, and I think staff have done pretty well to do the best they can. Again, we would prefer protected bike lane in that uphill direction. Downhill, speed difference is not so much. So again, we're accepting a compromise here. We would love protected bike lanes on both sides of main streets. We know that we're just one stakeholder here, and sometimes we don't get everything we want.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Patrick, and as always, very useful and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
I wish we had more time, but it's strictly 5 minutes for everybody, so we're trying to be fair. We are up to Alistair Stewart. Do we have Alistair?
I'm just joining online.
Welcome, Alistair.
Thank you. Just wanted to start by saying thank you. I'm a Raroa Road resident. I don't cycle and I do park on the street, but I supported the original proposal because we do need safe and alternate forms of transport. And part of my submission was to encourage you to have residents parking. So it was really nice to see that proposal taken up. I'm actually just got something quite small and technical, but I did want to address it. The proposal was to replace all the on-street unrestricted car parks with residents' car parks. And there's just a section on Raroa Road outside number 5 Raroa Road with space for 5 car parks that isn't included in the residents' parking proposal. I actually thought this was a mistake, but the council staff member said because they're indented, they intentionally left them out. I just find that a little bit strange. I suppose the section outside 5 Raroa Road is a short alleyway to the number 2 bus route. I do see people using that as essentially a park and ride facility. The response to my suggestion was that the council would evaluate after installation and if designate include those 5 car parks. I would just encourage you to include them now. Who wants to do another traffic resolution down the line? You've already decided to make all the car parking residents car parking. So I just wanted to make a submission today to include those 5 additional car parks. And if you don't want to potentially provide a better reason than just indented, because that was the only feedback I got for that. That's it from me.
Thank you, Alistair, and it's a very short and sweet presentation, and I'm sure the staff have noted that. Do you support the view that's been expressed by some other submitters that this proposal actually needs to be considered in the wider context of the other Karori bike lanes that are on the table? You know, a bit of a bigger picture approach.
In terms of creating the cycle lane as a whole?
Yes, there are some other, this has sort of come to us now, but there's actually a community consultation on some other cycle lanes in the area. Do you think it would be beneficial to reconsider this in a bigger picture?
I'm not familiar with any cycle lane proposals outside of my immediate suburb. I don't cycle myself.
Okay, I didn't want to put you on the spot. It was just a question.
I'm very happy with the whole proposal as a whole, and I would support the call that I heard before for speed reductions as well. You know, my car was almost written off last year by somebody sideswiping it, so people do travel along those streets quite fast when they shouldn't. So that I would just back that call that I just heard from, I think it was the Cycling Action Network, for speed reductions as well.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? We have a little bit more time, not a lot. No, I think you've been very clear. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
We'll move on to Joe. Joe Carter, welcome. It's 5 minutes.
Hey.
It goes by fast.
Okay, thank you. I'm talking on Raroa Road. The bike network plan may have been approved in March last year, but affected residents were only individually notified late last year after the plan had been approved. Any resident on a road where a cycle lane was proposed in the bike network plan should have been individually notified, rather than via generic rates notice. There are hundreds of roads in Wellington, and no one would expect a cycle lane to be proposed, especially on Raroa Road, a busy, winding, narrow hill road that rises 120 metres from its base to the top. I believe Council has erred under administrative law by not giving sufficient notice of such a significant change in road design. If Council was serious about a modal shift encouraging cycling, they will be seriously considering using Norway Street and creating a bike pedestrian tunnel under the hill to join in with Glenmore Street. This proposal is 1/3 shorter in length and 1/3 less climb. It is sheltered from the wind and there is no through traffic. It was originally proposed as a tram route, and I put that to you earlier. Traffic planning is more than putting lines on road. It involves thinking about all road users, both now and in the future, and understanding human psychology. It is clear this design fails on this account. Firstly, your report does not adequately address my concerns about provision of parking for visitors or tradespeople, and it's impractical. The alternative roads suggested are nowhere near the existing and future need for parking is and are a hill climb. I challenge the committee to walk up Raroa Road carrying a trade toolbox. You are not going to create new infill housing by excessively charging the people constructing that housing as proposed in the report. You were talking about charging the tradies to use the residents' parking area. It's going to cost them about $400 a week. Most residents' parking zones have free visitor parking provided as well. Secondly, by removing parking. Officers state this will make it easier for cars and buses. However, vehicle speeds will increase, especially downhill, endangering all travellers on the road. It is a well-utilised traffic technique to narrow roads to reduce traffic speed, and a good reason why you should not be removing the parking. Thirdly, the narrowest parts of the road are where there are blind corners and currently no parking. Introducing a cycle lane will increase that danger by making the road even narrower. Finally, the design ignores residents' needs. It removes existing use rights. It creates a parking shortage where none existed before and forces more crossing of a busy road. To turn around and charge the residents for parking who get no benefit is adding insult to injury. I trust you will take these points into account and not implement the cycleway on Raroa Road. And I'd just like to point out, in relation to Birdwood, there are also sections of that cycleway that are going to be 700 millimetres wide. Again, the width of your chair.
Right, thank you. Yes, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and I actually never thought about, I think I agree with you about Raroa Road. On to your question about Norway Street, is there an existing tunnel
No.
There's not.
No, it was proposed in 1928 or in the 20s for a tramway. I'm not suggesting we would put a tram. I'm talking about a pedestrian bikeway. And that would be a little narrow tunnel. It wouldn't need, if you're not putting vehicles through it, you're not going to need air conditioning and that sort of thing. But it would actually create a connection through to Glenmore Street, and it would be a lot flatter. And it would be just, I think you should be looking at creating alternative routes that are efficient, that aren't congesting, and trying to shove everyone onto these main roads is just crazy. It'd be better to try and put them where the road, Norway Street's a big wide road. It's a residential street. It's not, it'd be quite safe.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, I've been down Norway Street myself, and I will talk to council officers about this possible option. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Right, thank you, Joe. Heather. Welcome.
Kia ora, ko Heather Baldwin toku ingoa. I'm here representing the Karori Community Centre and the hundreds of users that we have. I'm here to discuss the parking issues around England Lane, TR 10323. You probably know that England Lane is the walkway from Karori Road past the library and the rec centre, and it leads to the Arts and Crafts Centre, the St John's Op Shop, the Youth Centre, the Event Centre and the Karori Community Centre itself. The Community Centre, amongst other things, is host to a constant succession of activities, as well as being the home for the CAB, the Food Bank, the Toy Library, and a drop-off spot for more than 14 different recycling projects and Meals on Wheels. I'd like to say, like Peter did, that I'm actually disappointed that the opportunity to sort out the parking situation that we've been struggling to get some traction on for years is not going to result in the best possible solution. It would have been really helpful if the community centre had had some detailed discussions with staff, City Council staff and the 4 other facilities in our precinct before it was drafted. This would have allowed for all the community facilities to identify the purpose of the parking area, identify current problems, discuss and hear each other's needs, look at options and come up with a joint draft that really reflected the best solution for the community as a whole, for community parking for the precinct as a whole. Karori Community Centre strongly believes this parking area should be used for all the facilities in the precinct. The reason for these parks is to make access easy. It's particularly for elderly, parents and caregivers with children, people who have things to drop off or who need to bring items with them for the activities that they engage in the facilities in the immediate area. These parks should not be all-day parking for tradies doing work, for example, on the mobile petrol station for the last 3 months, or for people who then get on a bus. While limited parking times will reduce this sort of parking, it would have been a stronger solution to identify that the England Lane parking area was only for users of local facilities. You might like to note that the rec centre is currently allowed to identify parks for its users. However, since making our submission, we've been informed at this point, identifying that the car park area is for community facility users is not even in the scope of the resolution. We believe it should have been. A real opportunity has been missed here. This is the key starting point to solving the little problem that we've got. I now want to comment on 2 other points in the resolution. Firstly, in response to our submission, council officers noted that the class restricted loading zone will mean that anyone can use that space to unload. So it needs to be very clear that non-commercial vehicles can use this loading zone, e.g. parents dropping toys to the toy library, donors leaving things to the op shop, etc. We also suggest that this loading zone is in one of the parks northeast of England Lane by the corner with Mobile, because that's outside the op shop. It would be more convenient for the library and community centre deliveries and of course op shop donors. Secondly, the resolution has now been amended so that parking for the 11 parks outside the community centre be 180 minutes rather than the 120 that was in the original resolution. We feel this change to 3-hour parking has been made hastily and without taking into account the equal needs of the Karori Community Centre's dozens of users Karori Community Centre has put in a single single submission representative of those people. We believe the submissions received don't adequately reflect the needs or feelings of the majority of the users in the precinct. Had we realised it was going to be a numbers game, we would have prepared notes and gathered submissions from our dozens, if not hundreds of users in support of the position of a 1 hour 20 park. Rather, we submitted as an umbrella organisation. Today is our only opportunity to have our objection noted to this issue, which has only just arisen. As the resolution states, turnover is very important to all facilities and their accessibility for the public. We prefer these parks to stay 120 minutes. If the St John's op shop lobbyists are to be considered, their requirement could be met by providing 2 parks at 180 minutes.
Heather, we do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, first Councillor McNulty and then Councillor
Thank you.
Calvert.
Hi.
So I guess, just very quickly, I guess I'm surprised that the P180 isn't a solution, because we've had a similar issue in Johnsonville where the community centre has actually said for our users 180 would be more sufficient in terms of classes. So your real strong preference is to stay P120?
Well, for most of them, yeah. I know the op shop want it slightly longer, but most of the people come to the community centre for a 1 hour group, so 2 hours is fine. The other point I'd like to make is that actually I believe that parking in the area is reasonably good. There are at least 25 angled parks in Lewis Street, which I know is a 3-minute walk from the community centre. So when people say parking is hard to find, it's not. So if you're coming for more than an hour or 2, actually you may have to park a little further away. And I don't think 3-minute walk is, out of the way.
Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Heather. Given this is in front of us today, is there anything you can think of that we could change this resolution, or would it be better to actually lay it on the table and come back out and talk with the community centre and those and find a more holistic solution that's going to suit everyone there?
The holistic solution we really want is for those car parks to be available for facility users, and that wasn't even discussed, wasn't on the table. Now, I don't know whether that is something that is a traffic resolution. That is my key gripe, to be honest, is that I don't think the right framework was set out. The parking, look, I guess we can live with 3 hours. At least that allows you to turn people over. But equally, if you come and park in a 3-hour park and you're just nipping into town and back, you think you'll do it in 3 hours, but that's not what the parking is for. So, my suggestion, whether it's this resolution's put on hold, I'd have to think on that, Diane. It could be an option if we can have that discussion around what is this parking being provided for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heather. We have to keep moving, so we'll move to Martin. Not here? Online?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you are. Online. Hi, Martin. And Anna.
Good morning, everyone. And Anna too. We're just here because I'm sure everybody's familiar with Newtown Festival and the conventional scope and scale of the road closure, but flipped to our application this year, as we had last year too, is our series of 3 other activations, and the Newtown Avenue Block Fest, the Wilson Street pop-up, and our Side Street Showcase, which were all devised because of the COVID changes that we might have had to do to stage smaller events or events without stalls. But we need the consenting of them so that we're able to implement them if we have to, but also we've recognised they've got an amazing opportunity for activating Newtown community and invigorating our local suburban centre with mini events that give people reasons to come to Newtown on other days. We were literally at the local centres summit 2 days ago, where the keynote speaker from the UK actually agreed with us and said that these are the best things you can do for your suburban centre. So that was kind of nice to be on brand. So really, we're just here if there's any questions about those events.
Do we have questions about those events? I think we were all very grateful for your hard work and community's work over many years, and we won't have any problem. I can't speak for the whole committee, but we'll certainly be viewing them.
Oh, good. There is one thing I do need to point out. I just realised on page 1118, it's got the wrong date for the Side Street Showcase. The dates, we have a contingency date in April if the main festival for, I don't know, a climate emergency or a COVID emergency has to be cancelled. We move to the first Saturday and Sunday in April, and it accidentally says March instead of April for the Street Showcase. If you could just correct that. It's
we'll
correct.
Definitely correct that. Thank you for
Oh,
drawing
it's
that to our
correct on
attention.
this summary page 1079 where the dates for all the events are, but it's just not correct on the actual item.
Okay,
The ad went into the paper is correct? Yeah.
Sure. Now, we do have a question from Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Martin and Anna. Just really thank you for your mahi for our community and for Wellington, but just how is the feedback from the community on the road closures? How do they work through it on the day, and what kind of feedback do you get from them?
The actual Newtown locals are all very aware of how, well, having been doing the road closure for Newtown Festival since 1997, the scope and scale and the nuances of it is something that the public are very familiar with. There's always some newbies who've moved into student flats a few weeks before who are totally surprised that this is happening to them. But our letter drops mean that people have a hotline phone to the office to say, oh, I didn't know this was happening. What do I do about it? Where do I park my car? And we had one particular woman this year that's just been who had gained a really quite debilitating disability, and we actually made her a bespoke mobility car park inside the festival and gave her a designated marshal that meant she could be escorted out if she needed to go anywhere. And post the festival, anybody who had a problem with the day that we weren't aware of on the day usually makes contact with us. Like we have a whole configuration of the speakers in Wilson Street, the way the stage runs, that was constructed from feedback 3 years ago from a resident in that street about how their house, noticed the bass feeds.
Thanks, Martin. Looking forward to next year's one.
Yeah. Are there any other questions for Martin? We do a tiny bit more time. No? Well, thank you again, Martin, and good to know that you're able to make those kind of last-minute accommodations for people where they need it. We're appreciative of that too. Thank you.
And thank you to the council for your part in making the festival possible.
And we have managed to change that date. The committee advisor beside me, Sean, has been very busy and has adjusted it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention as well.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Good day. Ka kite.
Thank you. Ka kite. So we've got Jody. Am I right?
That's correct. My name's Jody Seabright. I'm the Secretary of Wellington Car Club, so thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak today. With me is Gordon Diggle, who's President of our club. We're here to support our road closure applications for our Shelley Bay, Sprint and Alexandra Road hill climb events. A little bit of context, Wellington Car Club started in 1936, and we've run many events at locations in and around Wellington since then. Unfortunately, these two events are the last two events that exist from that time, with Alexandra Road having been run annually since 1957 and the Shelley Bay Sprint event since 1994. These events are also form an important part of the Wellington Motorsport Association Seal Sprint Championship, make up 2 of the 6 or 7 rounds each year. This means that they attract competitors and supporters from around the region to our fine city. Since our last presentation to the Council, we're pleased to be able to update you on developments within our sport and our events. Most significantly is the inclusion of electric vehicles in our competitions. As well as at our Alexander Road hill climb earlier this year, Hutt Valley Motorsport Club have been running EVs at their events, and the Wellington Motorsport Association has included an EV class in our championship series. So it demonstrates how we're actively looking to encourage the use of alternatives. It is also important to note that nationally and internationally, motorsport is being used by manufacturers as the testbed for a wide variety of alternative fuels. This includes biofuel, hydrogen, as well as developing electrical systems further. And in my report that I emailed in, it goes into detail further on those initiatives that are happening as we speak. This means that over time, our events will provide tangible opportunities to demonstrate these options to the public in a real-world conditions and in a real-world environment. Allowing motorsport events to continue provides opportunities to encourage change and to show how options are viable or even better than current technology. Generating conversations and positive demonstrations in a safe environment that otherwise wouldn't happen. As a result, we're fuel agnostic, hence the term motorsport, not fossil fuel sport. If it's got a motor, we'll run it. Encouraging innovation and development at all levels of competition. This is demonstrated by the $2 billion contribution motorsport makes to the national economy each year, of which about $250 million is spent in the Wellington region. Only a small fraction of that is spent directly in competition, meaning that research and development is a significant driver. Hayden Pattern's development of an all-electric Hyundai rally car is a prime example of this. In conclusion, allowing motorsport to continue at all levels is a vitally important part of the transition away from fossil fuels. Where we are one of the few sports that can demonstrate such a level of commitment and influence to the changes that are surely coming. So thank you very much, and the information in our report, I'm happy to talk to the Council further on that and show where those changes are happening. And I think there is a real opportunity for the club and the Council to be able to partner to further those discussions and be influencers in how these changes need to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I take it you're speaking in support of the proposed road closure, along with providing us.
They actually made the road closure applications.
Yeah, great. Do we have any questions from the committee or others? No, I think you've been very clear, and thank you for that useful additional information.
So if any councillors or any council officers would like to talk to us further, more than happy to do so. And like I say, there are partnering opportunities, I believe, where a positive and influential narrative can be created and presented. Motorsport is one of the few sports that really do fully understand how these changes need to happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Jodie. Thank you for that. We'll move to Shirley. Welcome, Shirley.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Shirley Volweiler oho. My name is Shirley Volweiler, and I'm the treasurer of, and today I'm speaking on behalf of, the Wyncourt Tennis Club Incorporated, about the agenda item for our ground lease renewal. We've applied for a renewal of the lease, and we disagree with the recommendation presented to Council that a new lease not be granted, as I'll explain. So first, financial. The current lease to Wyncourt means the court surfacing and fencing has been at the expense of players rather than Wellington ratepayers. Without Wyncourt Club, all court maintenance costs will become the council's responsibility. The club has sufficient funds accumulated to maintain the court, whereas we know there are many competing calls for council funds. A possible result of WCC becoming responsible for maintenance is a court that is not resurfaced when needed and is allowed to deteriorate, and therefore will be used by fewer people than it is now. We note an apparent contradiction in the report in your agenda between the statement that there are no financial considerations for WCC of the recommendation and the acknowledgement that council will need to maintain the asset as a community court. Surely maintenance work has financial implications. Second, usage. Wincourt currently provides one court for members to play free casual or social tennis games with an online booking facility. This setup is complementary to what is offered by other courts in Wellington. Those other courts are generally either much more expensive to access or can't be booked online, so users cannot be sure of court availability, which affects accessibility. Our annual membership cost is very affordable. It's $30 for adults and $5 for children. This compares with at least $200 membership clubs for other clubs in the vicinity. We understand that the council has no information on whether free public access would actually increase the number of people playing on the court. Although one of the reasons provided for not renewing the lease is that the court is not used to the fullest extent. As would be expected for any outdoor court in Wellington, members do use it less in winter because apart from the less enticing weather, the court stays wet and can be slippery to play on due to its location and topography. Clearly, such discouragements to usage will still apply if the court is open to the public. In regard to this, there is a repeated factual error in your agenda report. This error is in the statement that the court is only used during the summer months. We've made it clear to council that our members use the court year-round in both our lease application last year and our 2022 members survey results summary, which the council also has. Third, the facility. Wincourt consists of a single fenced outdoor court with no buildings. Despite this, your agenda report makes reference to the courts plural, which is incorrect. This facility is not suitable for club events such as WCC have suggested a club needs to provide for its members to justify having an exclusive lease, events such as competitions and social occasions. Our own member survey last year showed very little interest in such events. We can keep our fees low because we aren't affiliated to Tennis Central, as affiliation is not something our members want. The agenda says that a facilities review found that council has a sufficient number of courts in the region already, so we're not sure why Wincourt needs to be added at ratepayer expense. Fourth, exclusive use. We remain happy to consider a shared model of usage rather than an exclusive lease if a practicable model can be found. While we understand that exclusive use of the court refers to the idea that only people with a key can access the court, the barrier to getting a key is very low, given our minimal subs cost. Having key access does protect the net and brooms for sweeping the court from damage and theft. I should say that the council interest in our lease renewal has stimulated us to take actions such as neighbourhood leaflet drops to increase membership. In conclusion, if WCC renews the lease to Wincourt Tennis Club, we'll be able to continue to run a tennis club that is meeting a definite community need for low-cost casual tennis at no cost to ratepayers. Current member numbers of around 95 adults and 50 children, and a history dating back to 1959, with many hundreds of members over that time, show that the club is a popular option for social tennis in this area of Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley. We've unfortunately run out of time for questions, but appreciate you coming in and sharing that information with us. Thank you. We will move to Kathy. Welcome, Kathy.
Kia ora. My name's Kathy Payne. I'm just here to represent Brooklyn Central Health. We are a small medical practice with just under 4,000 patients. We have a small car park with space for 3 cars, up to 6 if they are double parked. This does mean that we sometimes need to interrupt consultations for patients to move cars. The bus stop has been moved across the entrance to the car park. And as the car park will be utilised more with the cycle lane, we would like to request that this is moved to a more appropriate place. Within our practice, we have 500 high needs patients. We are also currently dealing with more high-level anxiety and mental health needs in our community. So it is important that these patients are able to access our service without barriers. We would like to request 2 car parks for drop-off and pick-up of patients and a disability car park, as this doesn't seem to have had any consideration. On occasion, we are required to call an ambulance. It is important they're able to access the practice quickly. Just to mention, there are 2 medical practices along Ohiro Road, 183 and 155, so we're both dealing with those similar issues with the lack of parking. Our doctors are still managing to offer house calls in the Brooklyn region. The lack of parking will also impact on their ability to service our patients, as they will be unable to park nearby to their patients. So I guess that is something to consider in the respect that we're one of the very few practices now still offering to do house calls to people with needing palliative care and the elderly. Thank you.
We have a question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your submission. What time is your working hours?
It's from 8:30 till 6.
8:30 to 6.
Yeah.
So if, let's say, this committee decide to dedicate a mobility car park with option of clearway during peak hours, would that work?
Yes. Yes.
And you also requested on top of the mobility parking other 2 car parks.
Yeah, I just think
yeah.
to drop them off people and pick them up. Just simply, that's just really important with elderly people. When family members bring them in, they can drive off and find a park somewhere else, but it's a bit hard if you've got somebody elderly.
So don't you think that one would be separate from this one, for the fact that arguing for car parks in this case, in many cases, can be very difficult? If you can separately pass a motion for that mobility parking, would that solve some sort of the problem?
Some of the problem, but the mobility parking would only be available to people with mobility stickers. Not everybody would have those. And I guess if somebody's having a mental health crisis and they need to get to the practice quickly, then they're not going to have a disability sticker. So it's a case of trying to, make sure everybody has access.
So drop-in place is the only thing you are asking for the 2 car parks?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question too. Given that if we provided car parking on the street, which actually our officers are saying isn't entirely, that's not their advice to do so because of safety concerns, they would be available to the public. Is there any option, excuse me, is there any option to actually do a bit more with the front of your property?
Yes, I guess so. The only thing that bother me there is that I guess people would be pulling in and then reversing out into the cycle lane, which wouldn't be ideal. We did consider that, but it is, that is what would happen. They'd be reversing out into a cycle lane because they wouldn't be able to reverse in, I don't think.
Our officers have indicated some willingness to, excuse me, to work with you on that, not financially, but with time.
Okay, all right, that sounds good.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yep.
Sorry, do you have any off-street parking at the moment for your facility?
Yes, we do. Yeah. We have 3 car parks at the back, which can be they can turn into 6, but that means everybody's double parked in the back. So,
Are they used by staff, or do you reserve them just for patients?
No, we don't use them for staff. We just use them for patients.
And with the parks that are out the front at the moment, I understand that they're unrestricted.
Yes.
Do those ever get used by? I guess I'm wondering at the moment whether they're used really by people doing other things in the village, or do you find that they're generally free for?
Yeah, obviously peaks and troughs, but there's parking along both sides. Some parking, so patients do use that. Yes, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thank you. I think we're able to move to our last submitter. So welcome, Stu.
Lucky last, eh?
Yes.
I know it's been a long morning, and you'll be pleased to know I won't be taking much of your time. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to talk about the Brooklyn connection proposal, similar to the previous speaker, but in particular the same really 150-metre stretch of road on a hero road, which is basically from South Todman Cleveland intersection north through to Brooklyn Road. Just to clarify, I am a regular cyclist, so I'm in no way part of any anti-cycle group or movement. I also want to acknowledge your goal of trying to improve the flow of people from Brooklyn to the city and home again at night. I get that. I also acknowledge your goal of trying to have some sort of sustainable bike network throughout the city. Both those things are great. I really only have one message for you today, and it's a simple message, and it's this, that the removal, or proposed removal of 40 car parks along O'Hara Road in this section will have a huge impact on both residents and businesses in the area, as well as impacting on the health and safety for residents to get to their properties at day, night, and all sorts of weather. I'm talking to you today as a homeowner, not a business owner, but I think the ability to park safely to access one's property and a business in the area is vital in any community, and it's what helps to make the village of Brooklyn the bustling, vibrant hub that it is today, and we want to keep it that way. However, I am realistic, and I do understand that this juggernaut has started its journey and it's probably not going to stop. Therefore, I think the important thing today is compromise. If this proposal goes ahead, I'd like to suggest two minor amendments. Number one, there needs to be angle parking at the bottom of Helen Street, and preferably a residence parking zone. It's a very wide street, it can take it easily, it can be easily achieved with minimal cost to the council and minimal disruption to everyone. And it gives the residents with no off-street parking somewhere to park their cars instead of 300 to 500 metres up the other end of Helen Street or Todman Street. That's number one. Number two, let's talk about bike lanes. That's kind of what today's been all about. If we're going to have a bike lane on that stretch of road, surely it makes sense to have one dual carriageway bike lane on the eastern side, which is the southbound lane, which only removes about 3 or 4 car parks and leaves the western side of O'Hara Road on this section untouched for residents to be able to safely access their properties and safely access the local businesses. If these two amendments are taken into account when you vote today, then I genuinely believe that the majority of interested parties will be comfortable with this transition. Thank you for your time. I'd like to, if I may, just hand out a very quick leaflet to you all. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Yes, Councillor Abnaraman.
So, Stu, thank you for coming. And are you one of the homeowners who currently 10 to 15 who might not be getting a car park?
Correct.
You don't have off-street?
Correct. We have no off-street parking. That whole stretch along that walkway has no off-street parking.
So what you're basically saying is you support the cycle lane, but you want to see reallocation or car park on Helen Street.
In an ideal world, I don't think we need a cycle lane on that stretch of road, because we know that, I can't remember the exact figure, but I think 125 bikes use it a day, the majority of which are electric bikes, which go about the 30 kilometre an hour speed limit anyway. So that's my ideal scenario, leave it as it is. But I understand we like bike lanes, So therefore, let's look at minimal disruption, which would be a dual carriageway on the eastern side, which same as what we've got now in Cambridge Terrace, and I believe that works pretty well.
So I got that. Thank you for the Helen angle parking on Helen Street suggestions as part of the amendment. What was your second amendment that you want us to consider?
That dual carriageway rather than both sides of the road.
Okay.
Dual carriageway on one side.
Okay, well noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time, Stu, and we will table your document here. And also do have a document from a submitter, Frank Cook, who wasn't able to come today but has left us something that can be added to our minutes, tabled and added to our minutes. With that, I think we have come to the end of our public submission process or public participation. Thank you to everybody. I can see a whole lot of people are still here. We do appreciate your time. I'm sure the committee's taken good note of what they've heard. But that does bring us to the end of this bit. And now, do we have a process before morning tea that we need to do? No. Right, well, we'll take a morning tea break until 11:30. Thank you. And those of you who are here are very welcome to have a bite to eat and a cup of tea if you'd like. And we're moving on to item 2.1 of our general business, which is the ground lease request for the Wyncourt Tennis Club. And so I'd like to welcome Parish Evans and Sanjay Patel to introduce this report.
Kia ora, councillors. Today we're seeking to approve a recommendation not to grant a lease to the Wyncourt Tennis Club located at Appleton Park. Our assessment is the club doesn't meet our leases policy as well as the Reserves Act criteria, and therefore there is no need for exclusive use of the land. We're seeking to change the model of the court there to a public facility, providing multi-use options for the court and free for the community to use, therefore not needing a booking system or a lock on the court. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Councillor Calvert?
What sort of requests have you had from the broader Karori community in that area for access to that court?
We haven't had any specific feedback on the use of that court. Obviously, the court has been locked up with the use of the members there for a number of years, so it hasn't been available for people to utilise or understand how to utilise that court.
So given in the report and the comment from the submitter about the other available tennis courts, albeit belonging to clubs in Northland and Karori, is there any views about the need for more tennis courts for the wider community?
There is a need for our spaces to be multi-use and multi-purpose, using the principles of Te Whaioranga Pōneke, the open space rec strategy, which we've just approved.
So when you say multi-use, other than how do you envisage, what is multi-use? What do you envisage multi-use looking like in this area?
Multi-use can look like a couple different types of activities. It can be informal, like riding a bike or learning how to ride a bike, playing futsal. If you do want to add a little bit more formal, you could do netball and basketball.
Right.
Can we just keep it to one more, please, Councillor Calvert?
Yeah. So how much would it cost the council a year to maintain that court?
So our current public courts are done on a reactive basis. So we inspect all the courts on an annual basis. So we have Haitaito Court. There's a number of public courts that we have. So that will come into the pool of that maintenance across the city.
But you don't have money sloshing around at the moment, I'm assuming, in that budget?
No, we wouldn't envisage there would be too much money for maintenance, given that there's one singular court. It's a hard court, so no need for any alternative hard courts, and there's just the hitting wall and nets there.
Thank you.
We have a question from Puiwi Kelly. Oh, you need to turn your mic on, Liz. Oh. we still can't hear you. Text it through and we'll, if you can text it, we'll ask it later. Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much for that. I'm generally in favour of opening our facilities up to a wider audience and giving communities sort of use these things. But one thing that concerned me about the speaker who was on earlier talking in favour of it was they said they locked it up to stop vandalisation and things going on. Are you concerned about that, or do we have a plan to actually stop people from vandalising it?
Yep, that's something we deal with quite a bit on our reserves, and we do work with SB Maintenance, who helps us with reactive tidying up of that stuff, but they can also implement some measures that can support less vandalism. it's a real challenging one, and it's not a perfect kind of fit, but that's something that we've considered and can manage.
Just to add to what Parish has said, if you look at our other courts that we've got around the city that are accessible to the public, vandalism is not a big issue for us. A good example would be Cog Park. We've got a tennis net that can be removed, and we've got basketball and netball hoops. So I think the opportunity with this court is to perhaps put a netball, basketball hoop there that's adjustable. And as Parish has said, there's a wider range of uses that the community can have access to year round.
Liz is with us, I think. Is that right, Liz?
I think we've fixed it.
Yeah, good. Yep, we can hear you.
Can you confirm for me, I wasn't sure if I heard correctly, is the court currently locked all the time and only used for club members?
Yep. So how the membership works is it's locked, and members pay for a key. And so if you're a member, you can go down and unlock the gate.
Okay, so in the papers, it talks about how officers had met with the club to see if they could increase their membership and get more public use, but they seemed unwilling to do that. The reason why I'm asking this is there's an amendment by Councillor Colbert to go and speak to the club members. Can you confirm if you feel you've already done that?
Yeah, we've had conversations with the committee around how we can increase utilization. Part of that utilization is trying to increase memberships. But what's outlined in the paper is that it's more around the utilization of the court year round and showing a demonstrated need for exclusive use. So the club has been supportive and on board with promoting the club leaflets and social media and that kind of stuff, which is great. But we just weren't satisfied that they needed exclusive use to run their recreation activity.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
Cool. My question would be, are they the only one not meeting the criteria?
Can you put the mic up?
And why them? Why now? Is that because their lease coming to an end and we are moving into a new approach on how community resources are allocated? If that is the case, some of them who just got not long ago, not utilizing well, what kind of policy can be applied?
Yeah, and it's something, well, I guess I'll start from the beginning. We have a new lease policy that came in 2012. So their initial lease was before that. The new policy does emphasize focusing on utilization as a big criteria to be successful in getting a lease. And we will have to, as leases come up, case by case, kind of tease this out with a lot of the groups. And I know there's some future planning going on that will also kind of support, we want these clubs using the spaces as much as practical.
All right, are there any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for the work you've done. I think I'm moving this and I'm looking for a seconder. But I'll speak to it and then ask for someone to second it. I'm actually comfortable with the work the officers have done around this. I think we do have a policy which does say that we want to maximise the use of our community facilities. And in terms of value for money, even though council may take on the responsibility of maintaining the court, what we've really got to think about is what's the increased value that could provide to the community over and above the way that it's being run at the minute. And I think that the officers have made a reasonably well-researched and a good argument that actually we'll get more community use this way and the increase in costs will not actually be a burden to council. I realise that for the club members, this is going to come as quite a shock to some of them who've probably been members for quite a long time. But I don't see any reason why they can't continue, as with other members of the community, to enjoy the facilities. And it will be good to have, if they can commit to sort of still enjoying the facilities, that's a really good base for, to keep it going and keep it active still highlighting what its purpose is, while perhaps inviting other people to make use of it. So I'm really comfortable to support this myself. I'm looking for a seconder. And the Mayor will second. Do you wish to speak now? No? Is there any other debate? Oh, and, okay, so Councillor Calvert, you're welcome to speak to you and bring your amendment.
Thank you. And as we've heard from our officers, I appreciate that they are looking to get better utilisation of this court, but I think there's an opportunity to actually work with the club on the potential that might be a bit of a hybrid model. In the times when the courts aren't in use, and that might be a seasonal thing, is that they are used for other things likes of netball. And given that this is the start of us looking at our uses and how better utilisation could happen, exploring some of these different options up front will give us learnings for other leases when they start coming up. So we've also heard that the community haven't been saying, give us access to this court, or we want to use this for other things. And if you think about that court, it's not in the middle of a highly dense area in terms of housing. You basically probably pretty much are driving there if you're going to use it anyway. So you're going there for a specific purpose. So you're not just going there to shoot a few hoops. You're going there to probably play a game of some sort with somebody else. So I think there's an opportunity at this stage to just go back and just say, okay, what, and we pride ourselves on our ability just to engage with the locals. They're finding a way, what would be those uses if there were any, and if there isn't, how could we actually develop a hybrid model with that club and look at a short-term, and it might just be a lease for another 2 years or something until some more work could be done. So I'm asking for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Dr. Rahman, do you wish to speak?
I will second it, but I'm not supporting. Just for the sake of democracy, she can just say it.
Okay. Is there any debate on this amendment? Any further debate, or should we just go? Okay.
Well, I think the intentions are honourable. Genuinely, I just think officers have, by and large, done this work in the briefings that they've given to us. So I sort of see it as a duplication. We are here to enforce the regulatory processes of council, and we've been given quite a clear policy direction through the leases policy here. So, yeah, again, I think it's honourable and sticking up for her community, and that's the right thing to do. But it's just one where I think council staff have done the work already.
Right. If there's no further debate, I suggest we vote on this amendment. Oh, you right to reply?
Just want to comment about being honourable, which I am always honourable, yes. And I'm a champion of my local community, but basically a champion of community facilities, and listening to our community. And I can see the way this vote's going, but I just think that this is early stages. Briefings, we've had one briefing and we didn't have all the information as presented in this paper. So I do encourage you to support the local ward councillor who is bringing forward this amendment. Thank you.
Right, we'll vote. And that has failed, so we'll
have a division on that, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll return to debate on the main motion. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the main motion? No? Okay, so we're back to the... well, that I don't need a right to reply, so let's vote.
Can I call for a division, please?
Yes. And that's carried. We'll move now to item 2.2, the traffic resolutions, and I'd like to welcome Tommy Wilson and Brad Singh to introduce this report. thank you for all your work in advance.
Kia ora, councillors. We're presenting here today a traffic resolution with 19 traffic resolutions for approval. We went out on consultation on 21 of them, and a few we've pulled back on to do further work. But these 19 are being presented to you, and they cover a range of things from bus stops through to cycleways through to parks. So happy to take any questions. Zach Moody is here with me, and Claire Pascoe and Jonathan are also here as well.
Do we have questions? Yeah, Councillor Abdurrahman.
So my question is for the TR 9223, which including the previous Mayor Cameron spoke about. Are we compromising health and safety? According to some of, at least one of the person who came this morning, he mentioned that. I just want to check that if we are compromising health and safety. If not, just let us know.
I don't think we would compromise. We would ever legitimately put something up that would compromise health and safety, but perhaps Claire can answer that in more detail now.
Yeah, I'll hand this over to Jonathan, who's been project managing the design.
As with all of the other transitional projects, the safety aspects of this were audited externally. So the submitter who said that we had not done an external audit was incorrect. We have done an external audit, received recommendations and adopted those into the designs.
One of the things to note on Birdwood Street is that we're in a situation like we've been in a few times where we have a very constrained width, so we can't meet any of the best practice standard widths on this road. The current situation has no space allocated to bikes at all, so what we're proposing is an improvement on the current situation in terms of safety, but if we had a wider road, we could definitely get a better design than this.
Are there any other questions, Councillor? Yeah, Randall.
Yes, thank you. How many cyclists use Birdwood Street on a daily basis?
Of the cyclists that go from the Karori Tunnel towards Karori, 32% go up Birdwood Street. 2/3 of those are currently on the road, and 1/3 of those are on the shared path, the footpath, and that equates to a number of around about estimated 200 people going towards Karori and all.
200 per day, okay, because someone said 135. In terms of the accidents, how many cycling accidents have occurred in the last 5 years?
We've done a 10-year look at the CAS data, and it's been three accidents over a 10-year period.
Okay. And lastly, I understand the road's being narrowed, the traffic lane's being narrowed to 2.5 metres, which is less than the minimum required. Is that a result of the independent safety audit?
Yes, actually, the independent safety audit asked us to add a buffer to the width where possible, a 0.3 metre wide buffer, and this buffer is one that vehicles can drive into if they need to pass other vehicles coming down the road. For example, if they're big vehicles like a bus. So the answer to that is yes.
Okay, and as in terms that it's on a bus route, has Greater Wellington or Metlink been consulted about the narrowing of the traffic lane to below the minimum standard for a bus route? And what do they say?
Yes, we have regular meetings with Metlink, and this road is actually very similar to two other cycleway routes, one being Raroa Road, which has a pinch point that is even a bit narrower than the narrowest part of Birdwood Street. It's worth noting that we've already installed a painted cycle lane of this width on narrow traffic lanes on Kenya Street in Naiho, and you can see from using that it's working very, very well. The the law allows vehicles to pass into a cycle lane if they need to do so to pass each other for a distance of 50 metres. And the lane widths on other cycleway routes where we can't provide physical separation due to the lack of road width are similar to Birdwood Street.
Okay, thank you.
I'll ask a question myself. Given that this is a transitional cycleway, what sort of monitoring do you propose to do on it, and what sort of, how agile can you be to respond to anything that needs adjusting?
After installation, around about 4 weeks after installation, we then go into our monitoring phase, and we monitor and engage with the community again to find out how they're finding the installation. At that stage, we then make changes to the installation on an as-needs basis, noting that this installation doesn't require anything physical except for a speed hump down the bottom. It would be relatively straightforward to make changes.
Will also be, we have a system of cycle counts that we track, which is one of our primary monitoring points, I guess, is watching over time if it attracts more people to cycle.
It would be fair to say that this morning we heard from a few people who were reasonably opposed to this. Over the course of the work you've done, have you also had positive feedback?
Yeah, do you want to talk to that one? Yeah, so if you read through the submissions, of which I know you had thousands on these, there are a number of supportive submissions, and I think one thing you note is the people who tend to support it are the people who are currently riding it at the moment. So that's where the support sits. There are a few comments, and if you read them, that say, I ride this every day, it's hairy, it's a nightmare, I've had a few close calls. There's one guy who had 2 close calls in the last month and is saying this will be a great improvement. So I think we can see that differentiation of support for people who are currently experiencing this road on a bike, can see the benefit of the changes.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the Thornton Connections traffic resolution. Is that
I can take this.
It's fine.
One. This is the Hawkstone coupon park.
Oh, no, we're not at that paper.
Oh, is that the next paper?
Yep.
Oh, it's a small one. Okay, sorry, apologies. Sorry, no, I've got one more question. As a result of these changes, have you got any prediction about how many more people will cycle?
Yeah, so in our business casing, we are using a 7% growth a year number, which we think is a relatively conservative number. My maths isn't good enough to do that on the spot, but it'll be a 7% increase on what's on there currently at the moment.
Are there any further questions? Yes, Councillor McNulty.
So given we're kicking off the Here-turi Connections project, and that is a comprehensive engagement on and a holistic view, can you just reiterate why this was taken out or not considered as part of that wider package where we probably would have been able to get a wider public engagement?
Yeah, so this was quite an intentional move. We obviously, council, are making changes all the time, and we have to right-size our engagement. The Here-turi Connections project that's coming up, as you'll be considering in December, is a quite large, complex project that has a lot of information to communicate to the public, and it's really focused on a bus, bike and pedestrian improvements. So what we wanted to do is to focus that engagement on that primary route with the more complex changes to describe that have more significant impacts on the community. This section, and same with South Karori Road, is a short section of secondary that actually has a relatively minor impact. It's road marking changes. There are no residents along the bottom of the Birdwood section. The changes in terms of impact are much more minor, and so we wanted to engage in a targeted way on these ones, get a decision so that we could progress these projects that we think we can get benefits for early, as opposed to bundling it into an already long and complex route, which is we want to, I guess, really try and get the community to understand starting on September the 12th. So that was the thinking.
I've got a couple of other questions. One's, it's how flexible can you be with the balance of parking? Because we did hear, both sides of the story there, the need for residents parking versus the need for other sorts of parking?
So and jump in, Jonathan, but on the Birdwood Street one, we are primarily removing parks that are used by commuters. They're actually nowhere near a house at the moment, and we're reducing them by 6. Yeah. So the South Karori Road resolution is a little bit different. That is in a more residential area, and the team have gone back following those submissions and found room to add 3 more parking spaces into that project based on particularly one submitter you heard today who doesn't have off-street car parking. So we've recommended a change based on that.
And just my last one, there was a suggestion during the course of participation today that we would be doing something illegal and maybe be liable under the Health and Safety Act if there were to be an accident. Are you able to make any comment on that? I don't know if illegal is quite the right term, but that the road would be so narrow it wouldn't actually meet standards, and then we might be liable if there were an accident under.
I think that across Wellington, our roads are very narrow. There are numerous instances in Wellington where we don't meet the national standards, and that's why Wellington also has its own specific standards in terms of where we've been allowed by Waka Kotahi to reduce some of our widths, simply for that reason that we can't, there is no way for us to meet national standards in some instances. I don't believe that because we've got permission from Waka Kotahi to make those changes, I don't believe we stay within those. We never exceed those, so I don't believe that we're putting ourselves at any sort of from a Health and Safety at Work Act position.
And the independent expert that you had to audit it was comfortable with the design?
So our independent RSAs audit us based on the national standard and then also apply the lens of the Wellington specifics to it. And if we are in exceedance of what is the Wellington specific standard, then they would raise that as a significant issue. And all the risks are either raised as minor, moderate, significant, major, and we go through a very, very rigid process with our independent auditors in order to mitigate those and manage those before we sign them off.
So you're comfortable that you've met those kinds of standards with this design?
I've signed off the RSAs.
All right, I'm just being doubly certain. Councillor McNulty.
With Birdwood, is there anything envisioned about what the permanent project might look? I know that we're talking about transitional, but I know we usually go into that with some idea of what a permanent solution might look like. So do you foresee any major changes?
To be honest, there really isn't anything else that we can do reallocating the existing road width. Some people might suggest that we widen the footpath and make that into a proper shared path, but there is a huge slip on the downhill side of Birdwood beside the footpath as well, so that may not be feasible. So I think really long term, I can't see us ever adding separation into Birdwood, but that the painted cycle lane that's planned is going to be a really big improvement.
And on that slip, what's the timeline for remediation?
That's one of our most urgent slips that we're dealing with. We expect to enter into construction sometime next year. Construction would last anywhere between a year and a half, so we'll probably finish up with that slip around 2025 sometime.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, just about Colway Street, whether you've got an update on that?
Happy to move the amendment as per my last email.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate I'm not on the community, but I've just been dealing with this parking issue in Mount Cook, which has been very fraught, and along with Councillor Young. So I'm just wondering, there's a general question about the balance between coupon and residential parking in the inner suburbs, and because this is one of the amendments will relate to this, what's the work program for looking at that issue?
Currently, most of the restrictions for residents parking in most streets are 50-50 split for coupon parking and residents parking. We do have a program coming up for the parking management plan that looking at all the suburbs individually, currently starting with Newtown and Waystown after that, and a long list of all the other suburbs that will look at the entire street and basically propose something that's more suitable for the residents in the area.
Okay, thank you. And I've just also got a question about the expectation of people who are using parks, sorry, maybe more for Paul, that we will encourage sustainable modes so that we're not clogging up our streets with cars. Do you want to answer that, Paul?
Yep. If we could invite Paul or Corey to the table.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can you frame that again so the question's clear?
Yeah, sure. So just in terms of, obviously we want people to use our parks, but we'd like to hopefully encourage them to use sustainable modes rather than petrol vehicles. What are we doing about that?
Kia ora, everyone. So the behaviour change team are currently working with all the sports clubs and the leaseholders we have to talk about ways they can lower their carbon emissions and do more like car sharing and what they need to basically move with everyone else in what we're doing in the road corridor and more of a mode shift and thinking about ways that they can minimise their impact and because these are precious car parks and we do want them to be used for people that intend to use the town belt or the facilities. So we know that they're working with the clubs on that as well. Yep.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of our questions, so we'll move into. I invite you to, Councillor McNulty, to move the paper.
Kia ora, everyone. So moving today's traffic resolutions, always a large bunch, and I do worry sometimes that we get distracted from the bread and butter of the committee, which is this paper, by some of the bigger projects that we're putting through. So I thank the councillors for taking the time to put their questions this morning and making sure that we're being quite thorough. I thought I'd take some notes from the public participant this morning who's been watching what we do around traffic resolutions. He noted by and large that what is presented to councillors does get voted in, and that is a fair observation. I think it's worth noting how changes generally actually happen before the day or before they come through voting, so that's not always actually picked up in what's seen. But the more important here is that no one here is a traffic engineer. I think the chair may be the most qualified in terms of previous work experience, and there is a real risk and danger when councillors get too close and try and play and tinker with these designs. And I think the initial island-based cycleway experience was actually validated by that approach. So we do rely as councillors on the expertise and the knowledge of our staff, and personally I think they get it right about 99% of the time. We're all human, we all can't be on our game 100% of the time, so that may provide some comfort, it may not, but we really do rely on what's coming forward to us by people that have spent their life or occupation in these areas. We are councillors, we are governance, but our backgrounds often are not at the same level as the people bringing these to us. I think I'm moving the paper today with a few amendments incorporated, so one from Councillor Paul and the Mayor around investigating the roundabout at Ponsonby, Birdwood and Braithwaite on the back of the public submitted today, so I thank both Councillor and the Mayor for bringing those. In regards to some of the feedback on Birdwood Street, whilst I'm not entirely yet on board, I do think these are improvements, so retaining the shared path for the uphill, and we are noting just formally that there is remediation for that slip scheduled, and that in regards to the Rolleston Street, Councillor Pannett, I know Councillor Young has also been particularly hot on this as well, that we are going to take another look on that. So at least those are some substantive changes which will hopefully reflect feedback, and I can't remember who I've invited to second the paper. Okay, I'll move it
I'm going to second,
Chair.
but I'll just reserve my right. Is there any other debate? Oh, right. We'll move to your amendments then.
A bit of an omnibus of amendments because it's such an omnibus of recommendations. So I will just talk to all three, all individually, one on one. So and there's going to be. Oh, sorry. Does that Hut Road? Okay. There is another amendment just about to be added on, and that's about the Colway Street, and I was just waiting for officer advice on that, but I'll talk to the first two in the meantime. So, look, you've heard from the submitters, from the people who live in Karori, the people that use the roads in Karori daily, and they've raised a number of significant issues, but I can tell you from being out in the community and attending a number of meetings that have been had, community meetings over the last month, that the people in Karori agree that there should be a bike network through into Karori. They understand, they appreciate. What they do want is to make sure that there is a holistic solution to this, and that they have been engaged with, and it's not fragmented. And I did talk to officers following a community meeting they ran on the 17th of July, and they admitted to me that yes, it was confusing splitting up the two consultations. So they thought it was an easier way to do it by doing some of the secondary routes. But in hindsight, they realized that just added more confusion to the community and in terms of what was happening and what they would be submitting from. And also the community didn't get to see a lot of the detailed plans until this final consultation phase. And so they didn't really understand what was happening and be able to have an informed say. So this is really instructing officers to go back out to that community, build on what's been done already, build on what the feedback has, and work with them on making sure that there is a good joined-up plan and that all residents' needs are met, and that actually safety and resilience is really important, because for those who've been around this table for a wee while, you know that Chater Street, Rauroa, Curtis Street intersection is the major issue in terms of accidents, and we're still waiting to get a good solution there. So really, we need to make sure that we are doing things in the right order for the safety of the people. So and we really need to get that done as well. I just remind you that I appreciate everybody around the table, and I know you meet with lots of different people, but I am the local ward councillor, and I'm bringing this on behalf of the community, and I also believe in it. The second one, England Lane, again, if you listen to Heather Baldwin, the chair of the community centre, very active in the community, understands they really want to find a better solution that's actually going to meet all their needs. And we could make an amendment now, we could revert it back to 120, but why not just take a little bit more time and make sure there's something that's suitable? Because we've got an event centre opening up soon as well, so we need to make sure that we future-proof it as well. And then my third one, unless officers, unless this gets removed, so have you removed?
We're just working on the wording of it now, but it's to remove that one bus stop.
It was basically to just either lay it on the table, or because Greater Wellington Regional Council officers had agreed to meet with the concerned residents and work through it and report back to this council or through our officers. It appears they haven't done that. And so really that's the case of they were instructed to do it. It appears they haven't done it. So really it's about saying, let's just put that on hold until there's confirmation and there's feedback. So they're just working on the amendment. Yeah.
Right. So do you have a seconder for these?
I was going to second it. The Mayor
Okay.
kindly,
And,
she thoroughly supports me.
And we do also have some questions. So before we second it, we'll have a chance for some questions. So Councillor Paul.
So I was just interested to know how much these amendments will delay the delivery of safe cycling infrastructure in Wellington.
So the Karori Connections package is due to go out for consultation on September the 12th, and we've effectively finalised all of that information now. There wouldn't be an opportunity to incorporate this into the that consultation period. So, I mean, you could make a decision to delay that consultation period, but then we miss being able to get to the December Regs Committee and the Waka Kotahi funding, and we'll be behind significantly on the program. We've also got the contractors, the panel that's been established to do all of this work, so it will effectively push it out of the 2023-4 year. Has a number of flow-on impacts.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, I was interested to know how you interpret this amendment, because it says to review, what does that mean? With an emphasis on resilience and safety. But I mean, what could you do that you haven't already done?
I'm not sure if it is it talking about reviewing the routes in the bike network plan, because those were decided by council in March 2022, which included this Birdwood Street. So that would probably have to come back to a full council, and that wasn't a regs committee, that was a full council. So I'm assuming that would have to come back. I'm not sure in terms of safety and resilience. The slip works is already planned and set for construction. And this is what we think is the safety improvement. That's what we've put forward.
Sorry, are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor.
You mentioned how we need to do it before December, because in next year, sometime the funding allocated will be expired or some sort. Are you saying there will be an opportunity for improvement if we delay it, or you have already done proper job, there is no reason much, but if we decide that you can go back and look at it, are you confident you have done everything?
Yes, for this section of Birdwood, there's nothing else that can be done here, given the road corridor and the context. What we will be taking to the community on the 12th of September is significant improvements for walking, cycling and pedestrian on the route all the way to South Karori Road. And there's an opportunity, 4 weeks we've extended the consultation period on that one for us to digest a bunch more feedback on that. There's plenty of time for that one. This is a very minor change. It's a change to paint on the road where there are a few residents, and there's nothing more we can do here.
Mm. Follow up to that would be number 9. It talks about parking. Is that asking for more parking that is not going to be having an impact on the cycle lane, or what is that kind of?
This is not our traffic resolution. This is a separate one.
Yeah, maybe you can respond to that.
Yeah, look, the England Lane is the little bit that services the community centre, the rec centre, and the arts and crafts centre, and a couple of little the hospice shop. So really it's about how should that parking that's off-road be allocated. So this is what
time limits.
Yeah, and so there was a recommendation that came parking limits of 180. The community centre, the chairperson of the community centre, Heather Baldwin, said, "Well, look, we would if you're going to do anything, we would prefer it actually 120. But we actually really want to engage with the council on how we make sure that all users." For loading zones, etc., are accommodated. So they really wanted to go back and have rework.
Can I get advice on that one? Can we get advice from officers on that one?
Through you, Chair, we went out initially with a parking space requirement of P120 based on what the community centre requested. The majority of feedback that came back through the consultation, and that was about 18 out of 20 odd people who responded, actually requested P180s instead, and that came from a variety of users.
Okay, this is going to take quite a while. I'm just wondering if we do need to speed this up, I think, a little bit, but while still getting our information. So, Councillor McNulty.
Just following up on that, is it fair to say, though, that of those 18 to 20 responses, that they were all very similar? They were essentially templated and from one umbrella organisation?
One organisation did send a lot of responses through. I wouldn't necessarily say they were templated, but they kind of all touched on the same point.
Yeah, I think with this one, would it be fair enough to say this is probably going to come down to how you interpreted the evidence that we heard this morning versus what we read in submissions? Yeah. Do we have any further questions? Yeah, but can you keep it real quick, because I'm really worried about time.
Well, I've got questions
sure.
Because of what officers have said. So Claire, you mentioned about Waka Kotahi funding. Are you working to a specific deadline for that?
Yes, the SURF funding we have, which 90% funds our projects runs out in June 2024. So it's one consideration. The other really is around just that pipeline of contractor work and the fact that we're trying to deliver on the council direction to rapidly roll out within 3 years, and we've only got 8 months of that 3 years left.
Thank you.
Could I also just add to that, just with Waka Kotahi funding, it does come into us as revenue. So we plan on it based on revenue. So if we don't do the projects, it doesn't come in as revenue and it impacts on our OPEX lines.
Okay. Any other questions? This is just on Councillor Calvert's amendments, yeah. I think we finished with that. Do you have a seconder? The Mayor, would the Mayor like to speak?
Just respecting the democratic process, and I do agree that as the ward councillor, the councillor does carry that weight. However, I'm a big supporter of the bike network plan, so I have to stick to my stuff. But appreciate what you're trying to do here.
Is there any other debate, Councillor McNulty?
Yeah, so look, I won't be supporting number 8. We've had an independent safety audit. I get that retaining that shared path designation combined should result in some cycling improvements and uptake, because we see that across the city as we build the infrastructure, we get the uptake. So I won't speak with expertise on the solution itself, but I think we do have a bit of expertise on the political lens, and I do think the officers have had the wrong approach separating this out of the Karori project. I understand it is a comprehensive one, but I think when these things do come in these drabs, they do get lost in translation, and I've certainly had discussions with people in cycle advocacy groups who weren't aware that even this was happening. So that just shows that we're not actually even engaging with the people that have a really vested interest in this. So I think this one is a little bit of a miss in terms of the approach. On number 9, yeah, I will be supportive, and 10 as well. Speaking to Heather, I can see what's happened is that essentially you've had one group come in and really strongly take their customers and say, I need you to engage on this, where the community centre have said engaged as a single umbrella organisation. And I think that has resulted in a lopsided lot of feedback that's come through the community on this one. Diane's right, we do have the event centre coming into that space as well, which will complicate that. And I'm a user of that parking space every weekend as well. So I understand the complexities that are around there. So I don't think it hurts to go back and just have another stab at that and try and get that right. And obviously number 10, if GW haven't done the work on engagement, then we should expect that work to be done on engagement. So partial support from me.
I'll speak now. I actually thank you, Councillor Calvert, for bringing these amendments. I think they had to be put on the table. I think enough was raised with us this morning that we at least consider this. I will be supporting 9 and 10. I think that it's good just to take a bit more time. It doesn't do any harm. Take a bit more time to get a better result. I understand where you're coming from with 8, and thank you, Councillor McNulty. I think you've summed it up pretty well. I think for this project to be coming to us just in the middle of a whole lot of other traffic resolutions doesn't feel quite right. I think it deserved at least its own paper and to have a little bit more focus on it. However, I have talked to the staff. I think we've all heard quite a bit. I've obviously had reading to do, but we've also had the chance to ask questions. I've had the chance to have some little bit of a discussion at morning tea time. I won't be supporting separating this out. I won't be supporting delaying what's on the table to consider it as a whole, but I do actually agree that something here possibly could have been done a bit differently, and particularly the way it's been presented to us mixed up with just a whole lot of other very minor traffic resolutions doesn't seem to me to be quite right. So maybe that's something to be taken on board for next time. Is there other debate? Or if there isn't, would you like a right of reply?
I always like the last word. Thank you for supporting 9 and 10, and I did for amendment number 9. I did discuss with Heather Baldwin whether that would be acceptable, and that was her optimum outcome for this. So thank you if you do decide to support that. It is welcome support by the community, and of course number 10 is really. It speaks for itself, so thank you again for supporting comments on that. Number 8, it's always as everyone knows, bike lanes are the bane of my life, as long as Let's Get Welly moving. But but I really do think, and thank you for your comments. We really can't just insert these into this, omnibus of traffic resolutions. The people feel that they're not being listened to, especially, and this just reinforces it, and when it's just done. And I would just write to, we've got a lot of work to be done around slips, and I know you want to push this forward, but this particular set of resolutions, as you heard from officers, they've got all the slip work to do, and I'm sure the roads were going to be blocked, so why rushing things through when you're going to be closing part of the roads off anyway to remediate the slip work? And I can tell you, there's a major slip in Karori that is being delayed, and the people are really concerned because they're living on top of that slip. So we know resources are tight.
To be a right of reply.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just, because we talked about slips, I'm bringing that in. So I'm just reinforcing that there is a lot of work to be done, and actually delaying this it's not actually, there's no big real consequence to this particular section that we're being proposed. But thank you, and can I call for a division as well, please?
Yes, of course. Right, we will go to the vote. Line by line, each one. Number 8.
Can you put the recommendations up on the screen for me?
Yes. I think that's being organised for you. And just while we're waiting for that, no, I'll leave it till we're finished. Okay. So Liz,
so I'm just going to vote against it.
You probably will need to read it. It's quite complex.
Like even if you can email it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just been emailed to you, Liz. So that has failed. Let's now do number 9. Has Liz got this one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. This one, Liz, is about re-engaging with the community on the parking timings for the community parks, or the parks near the community facilities in Karori. It's passed unanimously. And number 10. Okay, thank you for that. It's also passed unanimously. My question is, do we need a little 5-minute break and then pick up and deal with this? And then literally 5 minutes, because I'm just aware some of us need to stretch for a wharipaku stop. So
when's lunch?
Well, lunch I was planning to have a 12:30, but I think we should probably try to press through on this paper. Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, but
What do you think?
I think we should get through.
Yeah, okay, I'm calling for literally a 5-minute break. To be back, please, in 5 minutes, and we'll press on and hopefully have lunch at 1. Quorum, 1, 2. We have quorum, so we're actually going to get started again. So the process, the pace and the process we're up to now is just moving back to the main motion for Rex. It's been moved, it's been seconded, we've had an amendment from Councillor Calvert. I now invite, is there anyone else who wants to speak to the main motion? Thank you, Councillor.
And thank you, Councillor Free, and to the committee just for allowing me to speak. Just trying to represent one of my communities, I'm sure, along with the other two ward councillors. The Prince of Wales one is problematic from a community perspective. Unfortunately, there's been quite a lot of conflict between the council and the community over a number of issues in this part, and this will essentially be seen as being a little bit problematic. There has not been any support from submitters for this particular traffic resolution. I do want to thank the engineers for at least trying to create some more parking on Rolleston Street. That is appreciated, but I think the community was looking for some flexibility, and particularly given that a large infrastructure project has just been completed and has been very difficult for them, and we're having some other problems over a stream, although we're trying to fix that. So, look, I'd just like to thank Councillor McNulty for putting that amendment up around looking at the balance between coupon and residence parking. That is one way of helping things. As you know, I have strong views on parking, and people need to pay a lot more. But nevertheless, I think it's just, as long as people are paying the full cost, that's a little less problematic. And I guess Councillor Paul and I had a useful challenge on, and the Mayor a couple of nights ago in the Aroa Valley about how we do meet legitimate needs like people who need district nurses to come and see them, and what do we do about parking there where it is really tricky. So look, I'm not going to try and convince you. I personally would prefer them to be pulled. That's what the community would like. But I think, look, I'm not on the committee, and I think the officers have at least gone some way to helping with the Rolleston Street one. But, you know, there just isn't support for the lower car park. It just feels like council's over-regulating when we just need to try and get on with a whole lot of other priorities. But just putting that point of view, just giving you that heads up that there will be further things around that, you know, the balance between residents and coupon parking, and I look forward to debate on that. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other debate? I will speak as seconder. The first thing that I have to say really about this paper is how much work sits behind these resolutions that are coming to us. There is just an enormous amount of work done by our team, and I really want to thank them, because on the whole, it's done very carefully and thoroughly, and I'm always in awe of the responses that they write to individual submitters and the way in which they do try to accommodate the feedback that they get, and the way that they also respond on the day that we have our meetings. I do think that it's a hugely underestimated part of our council's work. Just on the subject of whether we make changes, I'm just thinking about the Roseneath resolution that's coming to us and reflecting that actually that came to us in June as a completely different resolution to adjust the positions of, I think it was 3 bus stops with a net loss of 7 car parking spaces. And actually, as a result of what we heard through the participation process that went back, and the net result of that is we're taking out 2 bus stops, which were actually quite close together, with a gain of 3 parking spaces. Now, I know not everybody's in favour of car parking spaces, but I think the result that we're looking at now is just far better. And that was partly because of community coming to us and saying we hadn't got it right. So I think we do work very hard. A lot of these resolutions have come to us with completely positive responses. So we've got things like putting in EV charging, putting in mobility parking, putting in loading zones, putting in yellow dotted lines, and in many, many cases it's overwhelmingly positive responses from the community. So I'm probably, if we could just run through them at some point. I'm not sure I'm allergic to anything, but we will obviously have a look at the totality of what we've got there in terms of deciding how we're going to vote. But that, yeah. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Councillor Calvert.
I'm going to support my colleague, Councillor Pannett, because, as you know, I'm a strong believer in listening to the community, and I won't be supporting the Mount Cook changes there. And you know my views on everything else in terms of the amendments I raised earlier on. But I would like the Karori ones to be taken separately at least, and the Prince of Wales one as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Right of reply.
Cool. Look, thanks everyone for your contributions. I do sympathise with the Rolleston Street residents. I know when council comes in to do this work, it generally is an annoyance, and had they not suffered through everything to do with the Mount Cook Reservoir, we'd probably be having different discussion and viewpoint, and that this is just a little bit of a straw on the camel's back. Unfortunately, we are relatively constrained by the Town Belt Act, and I think the officers have worked hard to try and do the best that they can, but I do sympathise with the local ward councillor and her bringing up those points. Happy to move on this. I guess, again, though, just the slight frustration is, and I'm just going to put it here because we'll see it on Facebook, is that we will paint the Birdwood Street one. It will go to to an active slip that will become a photograph, and it will become a symbol of, oh, we built the bike lane, but we didn't remediate the slip. So it's worth us taking stock of that, but that's the perception we get through when we don't balance these things. That will be the headline. That's the reality. I still think the safety improvements warrant it, but that is what we are voting to put forward. So just wanted to make that clear in my opinion, that it's not an optimal outcome that we've achieved on that one with the timing. So happy to move to vote.
Do I have any other requests to take things separately?
Just so you know, the Raroa one, included with the Karori ones.
Can we just whiz through the? So you want separately?
I want D.
Can you? Yes, thank you. D.
D. You can bring EF together if you want. And what else have we got there? So Raroa Road, separate.
What number? J, thank you.
And I think, haven't we removed number N, the England Lane, Karori? Hasn't that been
yes, that should be taken out. Thank you for that.
And I think also the Colway Street, we've taken that one out too.
Oh, no, just one of the bus stops. It's been amended. Just one of them's been taken.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Whatever that number was.
Yeah. And if we can just look carefully at what else we've got that's been added, just to remind ourselves, the roundabout.
Yep, so that's all good together.
Okay.
And a division.
A division to take D separately, G and F separately, J separately, and can I ask whether that includes Councillor Pannett's one that you wanted to take separately? Have we? That's D. Okay. Right, well, we'll move to vote on D, which is the Prince of Wales Park, Mount Cook resolution. Are you okay for seeing everything, Liz?
Have a division on that.
Oh, yep, we can have a division on all of them. I think we already decided that. Okay, at the end of the day, that's just Councillor Calvert voting against. We will now move to E and F, which can be taken together. Is that okay? Oh. We were, are you okay? You're okay with how you voted? Right, so that's been passed by majority. We'll now move to J, which is the Rara Road bike and bus improvements. Passed by majority, and if everyone's okay, we'll take the rest. Yeah, just make sure if you need to take some time, just make sure you're comfortable with everything. Are we ready? Okay. So we're now voting on everything that we haven't already voted on. And that's been passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We can now adjourn for lunch. We will return at 1:30. for the small delay. We've just been fine-tuning quite a few amendments. It's quite exciting. So we're going to move now to item 2.3, which is the Brooklyn Connections walk, bike and bus improvements and our traffic resolution approval for the permanent cycleway. And I invite Paul and Andrea to come and introduce it and answer questions. And I'll be moving this, and I think Nuruddin is seconding.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Yes, I would like to start by introducing my colleague Andrea Holmes, who's the project manager leading this, her first project that she's led on, and I think it's gone tremendously well. Anyway, look, I'm really excited to be here presenting to you today. As you're aware, I've had the responsibility for quite some time of planning and delivering the safe bike network across the city. But in recent times, with the introduction of Paniki Puniki, our bike network plan, we've moved our delivery to a two-stage process. And that two-stage process puts the transitional team putting in an interim scheme first, and then followed up with our transformational team coming back and making those more permanent solutions. So I'm excited because this is the first project we're bringing that has followed that two-stage process. We're taking what is the transitional project that's been on Brooklyn Hill now for almost 3 years, and we're bringing it back to you in a permanent way as envisaged by Paniki Puniki. So at the end of 2020, we installed the 1.3 kilometre uphill trial using 90% funding assistance from Whakakatahi through their Innovating Streets Fund. We evaluated that trial in mid-2021 with about 2/3 of submitters saying it's made a considerable difference to safety for those riding between the city and Brooklyn. We also heard that we didn't get things completely right the first time. And when we listened to that, we were able to make some quick changes, and we've made a number of changes as part of that trial, and we've locked in some of the changes that needed to happen as part of our transformational project. And we'll see those coming through in this project. So in August 2021, we brought a paper to the Planning and Environment Committee based on the community feedback we received during that trial. The committee at that time agreed to move the project into this transformation phase of the project, but requested us to do a number of things. They wanted to extend the scheme to connect to the Victoria Street bike lane at the northern end, and extend to the Brooklyn Village at the southern end, extend the Brooklyn Village safer speed limit, and probably most importantly, what we heard from our community was that the project needed to do more for walkers, and the committee sought that officers address this through our planning. And so you'll see that most of the project we're proposing is not too dissimilar from the cycleway we have now, but has significant changes for the people walking from one end of Brooklyn to the other, and across the road as we go. So in our planning for the proposal before you today, we've followed the business case process. That required us to have very clear objectives, develop a long list of options, so not just restricting the answer to the existing solution that you see today, and then whittle down the list to a short list and then on to a preferred option. Given that the community and the committee sought better provision for people walking, we investigated a footpath on the south side of Brooklyn Road between Upper Nean Street, so the Nean and Brooklyn Road intersect twice, so I keep referring to Lower Nean Street and Upper Nean Street. So the intersection from the upper end of Nean Street all the way up to a Hero Road, we looked at a new footpath. And while this did deliver some tangible benefits, when we looked at the additional cost, these outweighed these additional benefits. The business case concludes that the improvements to cross Brooklyn Road and use the existing footpath was more cost effective than what a new footpath would be. We agree that safe and appropriate speed limits are an important tool in our management of walking and cycling networks. Our business case works on the assumption that the citywide speed limit had extended the Brooklyn Village speed limit all the way through to the Hero Road intersection. You'll be aware that with the width of a Hero Road through that top section from Brooklyn Hill through to the village, that it's very narrow, and we aren't able to offer the separation for people on bikes to the traffic adjacent to them. So we're just using a painted line to separate the two. So again, really reinforcing the need to have a lower speed limit and lower operating speeds through there. In June and July this year, we brought the transformation version of this Brooklyn Hill bus, bike and walking project back to the Brooklyn community. We ran a number of events where members of both the business and residents community were able to come and speak with the project team, including 2 sessions at the Central Park social housing units. Over the 4 weeks of the engagement, we received 720 responses, with over half giving support, but many making suggestions on how to further enhance the project. You'll note in the recommendations we're suggesting considerable change to the scheme that we started with. This reflects the conversations we've had and the feedback we received. So probably the most contentious issue was the rationalisation of bus stops on Brooklyn Road between Upper and Lower Nean Street. In this section, there are currently 6 stops, 3 uphill and 3 downhill, and it was proposed to keep the bottom pair as they are now and then merge the upper 2 and the centralised around the Sado Karate location, just downhill from the tennis centre. We heard strongly that there was little to be gained by this. We heard that users of the Berkeley Dallard and Central Park apartments get on the bus at the bottom of the hill, but they get off the bus opposite the lower entrance to Central Park. We heard that locating a stop outside Sado Karate gained the benefits of being able to install a shelter, but moved it away from any of those potential users. So in discussion with Metlink, we have agreed with them that we would like to keep the uphill bus stop opposite the lower entrance to Central Park, and that will enable bus users going to Central Park or Berkeley Dallard to continue to alight at this location. We will keep the downhill bus stop opposite Upper Nean Street, and as it's not going to move to Sado Karate. However, we are recommending that remove completely the downhill stop adjacent to the lower entrance of Central Park, as it's seldom used and it's still too close to the existing well-used bus stop at the bottom of Brooklyn Hill. The final stop that's between the Transpower substation entrance and the Upper Nean Street was proposed to be moved to the lay-by where Transpower substation entrance is. This would enable the stop to function without the need for it to be an inline stop or an in-lane stop, and still provide good safe access for bike, walking and boarding and alighting the bus passengers. Through further concerns raised, we will seek, as part of our detailed design, to redesign this area in a way that continues to provide safe access for all of the users, still with a mind to keep the bus as a offline facility. But what we're asking here is that the traffic resolution to relocate it remain for now, and if we are able to achieve something else, we will do that, and if we can't, we will fall back on our preferred position of having the bus stop located into that lay-by. But we're given an undertaking through the recommendations to further investigate making some changes there. Submitters were also concerned with the arrangements on Brooklyn Road near Washington Avenue. The project team felt that we could accommodate most of the concerns in a redesign as part of our next stage of preparing for construction. We still need to provide good safe access for bikes, walking and boarding and alighting the bus passengers, and we will need to keep that stop as an in-lane stop. Through our optioneering, we do not believe that we can accommodate safe access for those that we need to keep safe, walking, cycling, bus passengers, and not have an in-lane stop. At the top of Cleveland Street, at the intersection of Washington Ave, we propose to install a platform to improve the walking amenity across Cleveland. It also slowed the traffic turning from Washington Ave into Cleveland Street. But this came with a requirement of removing 4 parking spaces from Washington Avenue opposite Cleveland. As a result of feedback and what we've heard, we're going to take this back to the drawing board, and we'll ask our designers to do a redesign. There's plenty of suggestions and thoughts came through our community process, and we think we are able to redesign the junction not remove car parks and still achieve the objectives that we thought we could get. So we're asking that this be omitted from the traffic resolution. Then we spent considerable time and energy trying to resolve all of the competing needs and challenges at the intersection of Brooklyn Road and the Hero Road. Our long list of options included traffic signals and the roundabout, and then through an exhaustive process considering safety, intersection performance, construction costs, we've concluded that just a modified priority control is probably the most appropriate form of control at that junction. You'll be aware that we've had a number of further changes suggested in the last day or two, but I think it's probably best that we address those through questions, and I'm sure you've got some questions of us. So in summary, this project has now been going for nearly 3 years, with lots of opportunity over that time for users and the wider community to influence the arrangements. Councillors have committed to the upgrade to this route through both a committee paper and the adoption of Pāniki Pōneki. We have advertised a traffic resolution, received feedback on both the TR and the design, and we've made changes to both the design and the traffic resolution. And we'll give an undertaking that we'll make further changes as part of detailed design. So our next steps, subject to approval of this paper, would be to move quickly to preparing construction drawings, ideally get the project to tendering stage early in the new year, and we expect construction to begin late this summer. So on that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Are there any? Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. One of the arguments made in public submissions was that we haven't actually seen any uptake in the Brooklyn uphill cycle counters. I already know the answer to this question, but for the record, could you tell us whether there has been an uptake in the Brooklyn uphill since the implementation of this temporary project?
Cool. So there was, yep, I've got the numbers in front of me. Andrea's been great. So an increase of 1,981 in the month of May, so from before and after.
And the numbers I've got for 2022 were from the counter online were 23.6k total trips, and for this equivalent period in 2023, 30,000.4k trips, so 128% increase. Does that align with the understanding that you have?
That's the figures I've got, yes.
Cool, thank you.
Do we have other questions? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, officers. And my question would be first, when it comes to engagement and consultations, have you done any engagements with businesses and the resident stations and the community? I just wanted that to be clear. Some people, they just say outside that you haven't done it any, even though we saw it in the report. Is that a fair comment? You have done enough consultation and engagement?
So I've tried to make the point that this has been a 3-year project. This is not a project that started a month or two ago. From the outset, there's been considerable engagement influencing the transitional, influencing the decisions that the Planning and Environment Committee made to move towards transformation, and then the engagement and consultation that we've done through the development of this set of plans and this traffic resolution. There's been, I believe, considerable engagement and stakeholders.
My other question is, even though I know there are some amendments we're bringing and then I know some change is going to happen, however, this morning the Regs committee, we received an email saying that the paper is already signed off, nothing is going to happen. Is that fair enough, or we can still make a change, isn't it, just to make it clear for the public?
The paper is being entered into committee, and it's now for this committee to make its decisions. No decisions have been made outside of this.
So a decision we're making is going to be part of that, and the email we received is basically not, you might not know the email, but that's not true, right?
I have not seen that email.
Okay.
Councillor Foon. Yeah.
My question is around the speed humps. So 2 questions. What is the timing around the 30k reduction? Like, what are we looking at? 1 year, 2 years? What is our estimation for when we can get that through or get that into the pipeline?
Thank you. Through the chair, my understanding is there will be a further paper. I'm looking at Ms Proctor, there will be a further paper coming back to Planning Environment Committee, Infrastructure Committee about the citywide speed reduction, but it will be formed as part of that process.
Great, thank you. And just around speed humps, just having a concern with the amount of heavy vehicles that go up there, and I just see you have noted that they could be designed, is that correct? So, so I am worried about the impact of heavy vehicles with the speed humps and what are the unintended consequences that could happen through those.
Thank you. So the proposal we went out with had 5 places where we raised the road on Brooklyn Hill. There was to be a pedestrian platform at the bottom of Brooklyn Road, a raised pedestrian crossing near the bottom of the Central Park, joining up to Berkeley Dallard. There was to be a Watts profile speed hump at the top of Brooklyn Road, just before you turn onto Hero Road. We have recommended that that be removed based on what the feedback we received. And then there is the 2 new pedestrian crossings on the Hero Road between Brooklyn Road and the village. Those crossings and the other crossings will be on raised platforms. So the platforms are designed so that they are flat across the top of them to prioritise the pedestrians across, so they have a good, safe walking environment to be on. So it's not walking on the top of a raised hump, a curved hump. And then the approach gradient and the departure gradient can be designed in such a way that minimises the impact on large vehicles. So it becomes an engineering science.
I have a question, and then we'll go back to Councillor Abdurrahman. And we have Councillor Calvert as well. Would it be fair to say, I know that there's been a bit of work done on, some extra amendments, but would it be fair to say now that you have a fair degree of comfort with the way that we're presenting some extra, with the list that we've got, for a reasonable degree of comfort?
Sorry, through you. There was a number of items that we had comfort with, and we absolutely will support those going through. Certainly, we think there is a great scope through this process to change the design in a way that meets the needs of submitters. Being mindful that today you're asked to do 2 things. One is to approve the project, now there's to approve the legal restrictions in place to give effect to this. So the items in item 3 changed the legal entity. Those in 5 provide the officers some flexibility and some direction to make necessary changes to that design. So you can see that item 4 is the one that you asked to approve the TR. If I can go back to that. So 4 is adopt the traffic resolution, set out in amendments, but with those changes as applied in 3. So I'm comfortable with that. But I think the committee should take comfort that in 5, you're instructing officers to go away and undertake a lot more work as part of our detailed design. We'll ensure the brief given to our consultants that are preparing those construction drawings takes account of everything in 5.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to remember the order. I think it was Councillor Calvert next, actually.
It sounds quite a good idea to go to give you some flexibility to be able to work it more with the community when you finalise your designs. But that's the first time I've seen this in a paper for cycleways, and I just wondered why will we do it on this one, but for the likes of, we've just had conversations about Karori, but we didn't seem to be able to have that same flexibility.
So I think there's a fundamental difference between the transitional and the transformation projects. The projects we're talking about here, we are investing significant funds to get it right when we do it. There isn't the same opportunity and flexibility to change it on site as the transitional projects enable us to do. So inherently, the approach that we collectively have agreed through Pāniki Pōneki would be that we do the transitional in a quick way, and then we adapt and are flexible to those changes as we hear them. Through here, we don't have that flexibility. We need to be confident that we've got it right the first time.
And my second question is, these are obviously very much transport projects led. Do you, and yet we're going through community areas and we're going through business areas as well. So Would it be, from what you've discovered, would it be better that from a council's perspective, our approach was more holistic in terms of precinct development and thinking about the transport aligned to whatever we want else to be done to help the particular areas that these routes are going through?
You're asking for a personal opinion on that?
Well, because one of the feedback we get is it's driven by the transport, but yeah, we know that we've actually got a suburban business district, which, and they want to continue to thrive. And their area enhanced for the community to encourage people there. So is there any way we can factor that in more? So rather than just being purely transport, there is an urban design, stronger urban design.
If it's okay with the chair, I'll defer to
and let's hear from Vida on that one.
Hi. So the bike network does sit within the city design team, and that is very intentional so that we can take some of those more holistic approaches as we go through. And as we're looking at our transport hierarchy as well, walking improvements are also top of mind as we're going through and making changes. There's a balancing act, and I think, and I also, in Island Bay and in Berhampore, we're doing exactly that. We're doing some town centre upgrades and working with those businesses around some of those changes at the same time as making developing the bike lane through there. And I think that there's a balance there around we need to make sure that we don't create our projects and make them bigger than Ben-Hur, but at the same time, make sure that we are hearing all of those voices. So how we're set up in Island Bay and Berhampore, for example, is that we've got the bike project, but at the same time we've also got a town centre project which complements, and they work together, but we're also enabling each of them to move at the different speeds that they need, because they're quite different approaches to how we work, but they're very closely related. So yes, I think there is a benefit in taking a street transformation, and that's why Paul's team is called Street Transformation Team. But we also have to be wary of the budgets that we've got, the time, and also ensuring that the scope is correct.
So
can I just say one more, and then because we've got
okay. So if Island Bay and Berhampore have got that happening for them, why hasn't Brooklyn?
There was no budget for a town centre upgrade for Brooklyn.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Paul, when I looked at it to see where is a dangerous place in this route, the Brooklyn and Ohiro Road was considered in 2015 in the news, I might be corrected, the most dangerous location for cyclists. And you go a little bit up, Tanera Crescent is again a bit of a very tricky to come down to Brooklyn. Do you think this one will improve those dangerous intersections, or were there any limitations why you didn't touch a bit on those areas, funding-wise?
So as I outlined in my presentation, we looked considerably at making some changes. Engineering-wise, we could put both the signal and a roundabout there, but the cost to do such were just exorbitant. It dwarfed the size of the main project, the bike project. So it was 2 to 3 or more million required to create the environment where we could get a roundabout to work, and including traffic signals. So we've fallen back on a position where a significantly modified junction, so it's not the same junction as we see today. And if you were to look through the engineering, the concept drawings, it is vastly different. It provides for appropriate stacking distances, appropriate median widths, and adjusting the turning radii. So we believe that a modified priority control is still the right answer at this time for that junction, and will provide the safety enhancements that we need for the people on bikes.
Only one more question, and that one would be again going back to the town, beautifying the town centre. I don't remember previously how that paper came in. Is that this is the right place to bring an amendment, or we can bring I'm just asking for the sake of process, another time can be part of it to include it, because if we got it in some other areas, I think Brooklyn communities deserve the same as well.
I'm hearing a few whispers, but yeah, look, that is probably more to be addressed through your long-term plan considerations and aligning budgets so that we have co-investment.
All right, well, thank you very much. I don't think there are any other questions. I haven't got any hands that I'm aware of, so let's move on. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the immense amount of work. So I'd like to move to introduce this paper, and as some of you will be aware, Nuruddin and I were lucky enough to go on the site visit and have subsequently worked quite hard with the staff, and I really think it has been very productive to add a few things to the list of amendments that had come from them, and they have all been, it's been vetted and suggestions have been made to the wording. So I think there's a level of comfort from the staff with most of these amendments, if not all of them. In fact, I think probably all of them are reasonable now. I didn't expect to hear so much from the Brooklyn community as we did. We had 2 days of submissions on the 8th and 9th of September, and we heard an awful lot about Brooklyn, far more than I'd expected to hear. Some of it very positive, and some of it that you still haven't got it quite right. And in particular, what I think I was picking up was we didn't have it quite right with some of the parking provision, some of the bus stop positions, and some of the walking. There were still some gaps, I think, in what we could potentially achieve for those who are walking. So I do thank the staff for bringing this set of amendments to the plan that they'd put in front of us at the submission stage. And there are actually at least 10 amendments there which respond to the extra feedback that we got through that submission process. And I'm really quite excited about this project now, I have to be honest. I think it's going to be quite good. I really do. I think it's going to be a lot safer. It's going to be still workable for other types of users. But it's going to be such an improvement for those people who are walking. Brooklyn's so accessible to the city and so accessible to many other amenities, and yet it's actually quite a dangerous place to try to walk, with great big trucks going up and down and cars and buses and everything whizzing around through a fairly constrained urban environment. But what I think we can do now is let this community link. They can link to Central Park, they'll be able to link to their schools, they'll actually have a much calmer, quieter and nicer urban environment, even if we're not spending money on placemaking. It's going to be vastly improved. And I think the residents are really going to find this as a big upgrade for them in their living, the way they're able to live in their community. So I do really encourage you all to support these amendments. Nuruddin and I have spent time between the two of us. We've taken it on board. I know Ben's been involved. We've taken on board other feedback, and I know that Councillor Foon's been involved. We have managed to persuade the staff that they can look at including a pedestrian crossing over High Road Road at the top of Brooklyn Road. We've also asked them to consider putting in some angle parking in an adjacent street to partly compensate for the loss of parking in the main streets. There's extra bits of footpath which are now going to be included, which provided really valuable links between existing walkways. We've asked them to furthermore do a little bit more thinking about some of the aspects of the route. So I'm very, very confident we've done quite a lot to address community concerns. And I'm excited. So I don't know, I think you were going to second. Do you want to speak now? Or do you want to reserve your right? Or? Okay, I'll open it up to other people who wish to say anything. Oh, it's so quiet. Councillor Foon.
Can we just have officers' feedback on some of these recommendations, just in terms of which are supported, which aren't supported, and which they have concerns about? Thank you.
So 5J, I noted when I was back there, that was only needed if 3 was approved. So 5J doesn't make sense now if you're not providing parking on a hero road outside the central medical
And
central health.
it's been superseded by 7, which instructs officers to work with the medical centre
that's
to look
correct.
at finding a parking space for them on their own property. And I asked that question of the lady who came to participate this morning, would they be interested in that? She said yes, potentially. And that would give them their own dedicated park, which can't be taken by the public. Whereas what they were quite keen to do was retain some public parks, which would not necessarily be for them, but were also in a place which wouldn't be very safe for the cyclists.
So to the Councillor Foon, officers can support all of the proposed changes in red.
Can we get printed copies?
Jay's gone now. Yep. Sean's taken that out.
Do you want a copy, or are you happy to have it emailed? Okay. Can we carry on with debate while that's organised for us? Okay. Can that be provided? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, just a copy. Right. Are there any other questions? Councillor Bennett.
Sorry, the angle parking. You're really confident about that? It's not great, even on the side streets?
Yeah, so, what is it? It's 5E. Alter the parking on the southern side of Helen Street from parallel to angle. So that was the uphill side. We think that the speed differential between an uphill cyclist and would enable somebody on a bike to be able to see a car reversing out of an angle parking space. I'd be loath to install one on the downhill side where the bikes would be travelling a lot faster and wouldn't have time to react to a car entering or exiting an angle park. But we think on the uphill side there is much to be gained in terms of numbers of parking spaces.
So is that going to set a precedent for all streets? Because we're trying to make all streets safe, right?
Well, it's about compromising, Anna.
So it's worth noting that it's not on the primary or secondary bike network.
Sorry. It actually was a serious question. So,
look, it was, so perhaps through the chair, if I can comment on that, it was considered as part of the initial project, so the project team did look at it and did not recommend that we proceed with the Helen Street angle parking. On reflection, listening to the concerns from the community and the members of this committee that have proposed the amendments, we've accepted that if angle parking was to be added on the southern side only, that we could make that work.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Any other debate? Where you go.
Briefly. Well, Councillor Abdul Rahman, you have done me proud because I have never put up 18 amendments or however many, no, I can't even count now how many there are, on a traffic resolution. Usually I restrain myself to policy. Look, I know you need to do your job like I was just doing my job before, and I think that's helpful, and I think it's great that officers have come to the party and you've had some discussion, and that's helpful. As you can hear, I do have concerns about the angle parking. But I think this just highlights some things around process. I don't think we should be designing cycleways. That is, I was here when we did the Island Bay cycleway. It just didn't go well with the mayor leading a process just to try and get everyone happy. So maybe really what we need to do from a process point of view is up front be really considering all these issues so that they can be dealt with earlier on, because it just doesn't quite feel like the right process given this is a very technical area of council work. But Councillor, I do respect the right of you to respond to the concerns of your community. In fact, I've had some correspondence on a particular issue with a member of the disability community. So, you know, that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
Well, who came first? Councillor Randall and then Liz.
Yes, it's just a bit, it's yet another meeting where we're having a scramble for these traffic resolutions. I suspect that part of the issue is that the consultation period is a little too close to the period for presenting to the Regulations Committee. I do think that, and I think the committee for engaging positively and assertively with the council officers about what's right for their community. And I do think that I just ask officers perhaps think about the gap between the end of the consultation period and the presentation of the final traffic resolution, such that there is time that if there is some real new key issues that are identified, that they can be worked through without having to do this sort of last minute scramble. But that said, I do think these are improvements, and certainly if I was a member I would support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauiri, Liz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to quickly comment that I think that this is actually a really good example of when we have the community come and have their say, and we listen, and then we get heads together, and they compare the two with our officers to make it work. Where it comes to an amendment where I've never known that either, where the officers are fully supportive of everything that's been proposed, when there is really quite a lot. So I just commend all of those involved in making this happen. And I don't know this area as well as all the rest of you do, so I'm happy to support this, knowing that there's a lot of good heads and some sound decisions have gone into making this proposal happen. So I will be voting for it.
Councillor Foon.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Really want to acknowledge here the heavy load of submissions and also this committee for this work, because I know that this is the lion's share of what really goes on at Council, so thank you for that. Thank you particularly to the Chair and Councillor Abdurrahman for working thoroughly through this. I don't think there's a part of that road, and Councillor McNulty, everybody really, but just for really thoroughly going through this to get a good outcome as much as possible. For me personally, since being involved with the Brooklyn community for 4 years now, there's some really great solutions coming here, coming through this, particularly for pedestrians. That Tenera crossing over to, over to the bus stop. There are nights as a councillor where you do lie awake, and safety around that particular strip has been really worrying for me, and I know other councillors in the past, Councillor Fitzsimons. So yeah, just getting those pedestrian crossings in is going to be magic, and thank you for your beautiful painting of the vision, Chair, on what the Brooklyn community can look forward to be more connected. And what I do want to do is acknowledge the team for the engagement. I mean, we do get told it's never good enough and it's not at the right time, and it's always never quite right. But one really good example is the Berkeley Dallard Flats. We were proposing to remove the bus stop, and through good engagement the team uncovered that would really be a detriment to the community in the flats, and so now we're retaining that bus stop, and that's a really great story whereby that we need to be able to tell people. So as a bike rider, I'm really thankful to see this project move into the transformational space. In a way it doesn't go far enough, but we knew at the beginning it wasn't going to be perfect for anyone, and that there would be compromises, so there are compromises here, but it's still a great way to start moving the opportunity to increase our bike riding numbers by 256%. Double it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Councillor Calvert.
Yeah. I must admit I do have concerns about the percentage increases, but we'll wait and see. No, I've got my reputation to protect. I just wanted to sort of echo Councillors Panet and Randall for their comments. I appreciate the amount of work that's been done, and to quote my esteemed colleague, Councillor McNulty, all these last-minute amendments. So, but I understand this is the nature of the work that we deal with. It's good to see there's some additional changes that have been made, but overall, I just wonder why we've just had so much opposition, and also why we've got so many amendments that were necessary, because obviously they were. And so, and I think it was the chair that made a comment about, or somebody made a comment about the lack of time between when we hear the submissions and more detail to, was that Councillor Panet, to when we when the officers are preparing the papers, because we do know the papers are prepared a week or two in advance, and we've already heard the Karori ones, even though it's not going out for consultation until September, have already been drafted. So I do worry that we constrain this and we make a rod for our own back, because really what we want to do is to get the best possible outcome. We know we can't please everyone all the time, but we really, sometimes I think for the sake of an extra few weeks, we really do compromise our ability to come to the right decision. And we are not traffic engineers or designers, so it does concern me when we've got so many amendments that we've had to do. So I would like to ask that some votes be taken separately. I'd like Resolution 4 and 6 to be taken separately, please. But yeah, thank you.
Any other debate? Okay. Have you had your chance to have your say? Okay.
Cool. First of all, this is not only me, it's a teamwork. I would like to say thank you so much to Councillor Free and Councillor McNulty and to the rest of you. And I also would like to say thank you so much for the officers for going through such a very difficult circumstances when I tried to bring about 19 amendments, basically trying to re-engineer. But that came not because to challenge the stat, but just came from the community concerns. I want to put outside there so I can see what we can achieve. And I'm glad we come up with all this and supported by officers. And that shows how much you guys care for the community, how much you listen to us as well. I think that is a very good example for me to even build more trust with officers. And when it comes to those amendments and why we need so much amendment, politics is the art of the possibility. And what that means is just always you just have to try your best and pushing so you can get the best for your community, where they can compromise it, where you can make safe for all. And to go to the details of it, the car park on Helen Street, the Angle Park, Councillor Panet asked if it's safe and if that's what we need to do. We are removing about 40 car parks from Cleveland all the way to Ohiro to make it safe for the rest of our community members, which we should, and with the right thing. We also need to consider 10 to 15 community members who are losing their car park. They don't have off-site car parks. That is why the officers are listening. They know this is a real concern on the ground, and I would like to say thank you for doing that. And there are so many other things in this amendment that I would love to talk to for the whole day. But as you know, today we've got so many things to discuss. But all I want to say is this is a teamwork. This is what it looks like when we work together. Out of like 20-something amendments, we got like 15 or 14 combining with the officers, and they supported. Brilliant. Let's go for it. I'm expecting all of you to support this because that's what the community wants. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anything else? Anyone else? I shall have a right of reply. When you do consultation, it has to be genuine. That means you will sometimes get some amendments. As I said right at the start, I didn't expect to actually hear so much from the Brooklyn community, but we heard a huge amount. Lots of people really, really positive, and some people, you know, pointing out to us things that actually we could perhaps look at again or do a little bit better on. I think that's the whole point. So yes, there are a few amendments, and I will take responsibility for quite a few of them as well, so it's not just Councillor Abdurrahman. But this is also a project that we are setting in concrete. So this is a project where it's worth taking is the time and the effort to actually get it as good as it can be. And I honestly feel this is as good as it's going to get. This is the sweet spot. And I do thank very much Vida, Christella, Paul Barker and Andrea Holmes, and I'm sure there are others, but they've been the ones that we've been mainly working with, because the constructive and positive way in which, as Councillor Abdurrahman has said, they've listened to us reflecting what we've heard from the community, they've listened to our concerns, and they've pushed back a little bit where they think that what we're suggesting really is going to degrade the delivery of what we're trying to achieve. But they've also been prepared to say, well, maybe we can do a bit better here, or we can sort of adjust things here. And I think overall, for me, it's been a very positive experience. I'm really confident about every single thing that we've written there. We're not dictating through these amendments. In many instances, we're pointing to things and asking for a little bit more refinement to be done. So it's not like we're not trying to be traffic engineers. We're trying to set an overall direction based on what we've heard from the community around some things that we think need some further work, or where there are opportunities that we've identified. So I'll stop there, but thank you for all your debate. Thanks again to the staff. It's been 3 years' worth of work. Thank you to the people who put the transitional cycleway in the first instance, and to those who've worked on it since. Stop there, but now we're going to take separately 4 and 6. Is there anything else people want separately? Okay, away we go. Shall we do everything else but 4 and 6? We'll start on the positive. Everything. So we're. That is passed unanimously, and now we'll look at number 4 just to make sure we know what we're doing. Combine 4 and 6?
Combine 4 and 6 together if you like.
All right.
I know.
Does that work for everyone else? Away we go.
If you can call a division, please, as well, thanks.
And that's passed by majority. So thank you, everybody. Moving on, we're moving to the next big project, which is Thorndon Quay. So, Siobhan Proctor is going to introduce this for us.
Thank you. Good. Okay, we good? Okay. Right, Thorndon Quay, Hutt Road. This project is a pivotal component of the Let's Get Wellington Moving transitional program. It's preparing the city for mass rapid transit and moving towards the overarching goal of the program, which is to move more people with fewer vehicles. We're taking action on climate change and making the central city more livable and accessible to all. The traffic resolutions in this paper will give effect to implementing bus lanes, cycleways, parking changes, and more pedestrian-friendly access along the Thorndon Quay corridor. So as you're all aware, a traffic resolution is a regulatory step that is required to ensure we're able to enforce car parking, speed, and bus lane restrictions, and gives effect to previous decisions. And there have been many decisions made to date on this project. So in June 2021, Council approved a traffic resolution to improve cyclist safety on Thorndon Quay by changing the angle parking to parallel parking. In February 22, Council approved the Thorndon Quay Hutt Road single-stage business case, confirming that option 4A was the preferred option, and noted that this option would proceed to detailed design. The decision effectively approved the reallocation of road space from car parking to peak hour bus lanes, the installation of a central median on Hutt Road, and a turning facility on Aotea Quay. Also approved a bi-directional separated cycleway, as well as a range of public space improvements. In August 22, Council approved the traffic resolution for the Here-turi-kōkā roundabout, and that started construction in April this year. Just this last June, Council approved the additional funding for Let's Get Wellington Moving, Golden Mile and Thornton Quay Hut Road projects. If this traffic resolution is approved, works will start next month with the completion of this section of the Thornton Quay Hut Road project by mid-2025. So importantly, the changes to this transport corridor are also going to support the expected increase in cyclists, which will result from the implementation of Wakakatahi's $200 million Te Ara Tapua cycleway, which connects Lower Hutt to Wellington. This is going to be operational in 2026, and without this important link to Wellington CBD, the full benefits of that significant investment will not be realised. I'd like to point out we do have a new amendment in the substantive, which corrects the incorrect naming of a road in the legal description for a very small section of Thornton Quay. So we've got a number of people here from the Let's Get Wellington Moving programme. We've got Brad Singh, we've got Kylie Hook and Moana from WCC, and we've also got a representative from Metlink as well to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think I'm moving this one, and I'm not sure who's seconding it, but we'll move to questions now. So I see Councillor Randall's hand up, Councillor Calvert. Yep, you go.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this whole thing, I'm just concerned about the question of increased congestion. So I've got some questions, some of which I've asked before. The first one, in terms of the traffic benefits that are outlined in the case, I've had a look in the modelling. It seems that the traffic benefits are coming from people not taking journeys, not from journeys getting faster. Is that correct?
Yes, there are a couple of components to the benefits from a traffic perspective. The main actual benefit for traffic is through the provision of the roundabout on Here-turi-kōkā. And so the way that the benefits are broken down in the economic analysis kind of shows that, but you've got most of the benefits are on that component rather than on the Thornton Quay Hut Road element itself. And yes, as you say, by removing traffic, you're mitigating some of those potential traffic disbenefits.
Yes, so the modelling says there'll be 17% less traffic. Why is there less traffic?
Because of mode shift.
Okay. It says in the modelling that Thornton Quay Hut Road, the congestion will lead to journeys being 2 minutes longer on average. How much longer is the congestion on State Highway 1 going to increase, and if so, how much longer is the journey time on State Highway 1 going to be?
So I pulled out some data on that yesterday, which I think was sent through to you, which showed the difference in travel times. There are a couple of subtleties there. The 2 minutes additional travel time is relative to a situation where Thornton Quay Hut Road package is not provided, but the Here-turi-kōkā roundabout is provided. So that's one part of that answer. In terms of the highway itself, we've extracted two different sets of travel times which were sent through to you. One was the travel time from the highways north of the interchange to basically the back of the queue going into the terrace tunnel. And that shows that there is a modest increase in travel time, up to about a minute on the highway for that particular section. And the other travel time that we extracted was the travel time between those points at the north and the ferry terminal. So at the moment, without the roundabout in place, all of that traffic has to go down the Hutt Road. In the future, it will go on the motorway. And for those customers, there is quite a significant saving in terms of travel time, which is why for that component of the project, you see a benefit, whereas the other component, you see a small disbenefit.
Okay, so travel time at the morning peak would be about a minute longer.
Correct.
On the State Highway 1 and 2 minutes on Thornton Quay Hut Road.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess one more question. It says there's going to be 1,800 fewer cars. and 1,800 more people on public transport. And some people are obviously going to switch to cycling. Overall, are more people going to be travelling after these changes or less?
So the expectation is that more people will be travelling after these changes. There will all of the growth will be accommodated on public transport or in active modes.
Okay, because my numbers are 1,800 cars is about 2,300 people, and you've got 1,800 people on buses, so overall there are fewer people travelling.
That doesn't include the active travel. There's a big increase in the number of people walking and cycling.
Okay, right, thank you.
Sorry, I've lost my train of thought a little bit. Was it Councillor Calvert next?
Is there any risk that the funding from Waka Kotahi could be pulled?
I can answer that, and yes, there is a possibility that funding from Waka Kotahi can be pulled at a later stage this year. Yeah.
Can we just, sorry, Brad, so once we've signed the contract is due to be signed imminently.
I've negotiated contracts, and this morning I spoke to the contractor and we've negotiated terms and he's agreed to terms. So the contract should be signed by next week. And once we've signed the contract, like Siobhan was indicating, then the funding is secure.
Okay, so Waka Kotahi also signed the contracts, do they?
No, WCC are principal to this contract, so we are the principal that signs a contract with the contractor.
But what happens if Waka Kotahi decides to pull some of their funding? Can they do that, or is it locked in?
So the feedback that we've had from Waka Kotahi is that as long as we've had a signed contract, that there's unlikely to be funding pulled.
Okay. I was just interested to see, and we've only just got this information this afternoon when we queried about what increase in bus services there will be. And I know there's a long list of new services or services being brought back on, but a lot of them start not from the northern end of the routes, but from the southern end of the routes, likes of Island Bay. And my brief calculation is that the transurban service suspensions that will be reinstated next year, there are only, if I look at the AM, the morning peak time between 7 and 9, I can only see 2 new buses being reinstated. And then in the medium term, which is basically in 3 years' time, all we see is potentially 4 new buses. I don't really know. I don't really understand it. But it doesn't seem that we are planning on, or Metlink are planning on increasing the bus services from the north that will use the Hutt Road Thorndon Quay by any huge amount to generate and to support what is expected as the mode shift change. I mean, I'm just checking, am I interpreting that correctly?
I'll pass that on to Metlink.
Through the chair. So yes, Metlink have provision to provide an additional 74 peak buses to be added over the next 3 years. The list that's provided is the immediate short-term service, suspended services we're planning to reinstate, and the services that we have identified right now to add additional capacity to. But we have, as you say, there's a gap between that and the actual resource that we are provisioning for. So we do have the resource to, I say, 74 buses is aligned with the 40% mode shift that we are committed to under our long-term plan, in line with the regional. Sorry. Sorry.
That happened to me this morning.
Give us some water.
Do you have water? Here you go.
Sorry, apologies for that.
I have that effect on people.
So yes, you're right. There is an the operational detail of the exact location of where those 74 buses will be deployed has not been identified down to the specifics of would it be an 8:04 service from Churton Park versus a 7:06 p.m. service from Ngaio. But the key factor is that the resource is that we are in the process of the required work to procure those buses, and there's a significant piece of work behind that as well, obviously, to get the depot infrastructure, the charging infrastructure, working with the operators to bring that on. So we are committed. We have the funding to deliver that 40% mode shift.
So the 74 buses, are they just transurban on the northern routes, or they across the?
74 is across the Metlink network. Now, the lion's share of that will be within Wellington City because that's where our growth pressures and key areas of demand are. So if you start dividing that down, then you can see even if we were saying even if it was only 60 and only a quarter of it went to the northern suburbs, that would be the equivalent of about 15 buses.
Okay, so
this area we expect will have significantly higher growth than, for instance, the Karori corridor. So we would expect more capacity.
Okay, so the 74 buses cover the whole region and could be allocated.
Yep.
Who knows how they're going to be allocated?
Most needed.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your great work. Much appreciated. It's taken a long time. My first question, or maybe, although it's really more a question, maybe Moana might be able to help. Just in terms of the beautification, the value uplift of having all these changes, couldn't get the trees in, which is a bit of a shame. But are you expecting that all of these changes will be attractive to some businesses and also for the people that can live here, being it's highly earthquake prone, make it better for them to live? Because a whole lot of bus lanes aren't enough on their own.
I can probably talk to that. So in terms of the improvements in amenity, we do have some trees going in. We've got improved public seating, we've got streetscape design, which is going to tell the story of our mana whenua, partners through paving, we've got some artwork being created, and we've just got better connectivity for pedestrians overall, so it's going to be a much more pleasant area and slower speeds, of course, so much more pleasant area for people to walk, dwell, cycle, spend time in.
Can we ping developers for all the value they're getting out of it?
We're off the topic of our Rigs Committee right now.
Right, okay. Now, the next question I've got, the dedicated bus lanes, the morning peak, is there any chance in the future that they can be extended? Because hopefully we are getting to a society where we use buses a lot, not just for the morning and evening commute for people who work 9 to 5.
Yep, just like every other traffic restriction, it can come back to this committee in the future. And can I please ask that we stop talking about rationalisation of bus stops? I find it gives me the bad 80s vibes. I appreciate the reasons that we're doing it, but it is taking away access points and people are now going to have to walk. Just remembering, I'm out there at 7:45, even when it's cold and rainy, so it's not actually that nice at certain times of the day. So I guess I'd just like that recognised from the Regional Council, and we'll have a broader discussion about how many bus stops are being removed across the city. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Great. Councillor McNulty, I think, or is he temporarily? Was it? Okay. You were on my list, I think, Councillor McNulty. Maybe he's asked. Did you want to ask a question? Oh, why have I got you down? Are there any other questions? No. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, in that case, I will introduce the paper, move the paper. You will see when you look that I have chosen to bring a couple of amendments. They have been past Siobhan's eagle eye, and they are. She's happy with them, supported. First of all, I think it's quite important. One of the things that did come out for me in the consultation, the oral consultation that we had, was that the businesses on Thorndon Quay were grateful that the northbound bus lane was going to be delayed for a while. And I saw that was in the report, and I thought it was worth actually pulling that up and noting that, because it was one of the themes and something that we can actually make sure is noted. And also that we ask, another theme that came out is that they wanted good advance warning of whether that was going to change or not, because as they pointed out, they have leases that are sometimes 3 or 4 year leases, and they need to know to be able to plan ahead. So that number 5 just notes that delay, and also asks that officers stay in touch with our businesses and let them know well in advance what's going to happen. The second one is just that I do think there's quite a lot of uncertainty about what will happen when you remove a traffic lane. And I know that some thinking's been done about that, but for me, I haven't got the clarity that I'd ideally like. And I understand completely what we're doing on Thornton Quay. I know we're taking out some car parking, and I understand, because we've been talking about this for a long time. This plan has been on our books for quite a long time. I am comfortable that I understand the impacts of that, and that furthermore businesses actually have had a lot of time to understand that as well. And I'm really comfortable with that. But what I'm not so sure I understand is the removal of a traffic lane. And for the sake of a very short section, I just think, and this is supported by officers, that we could just ask that consideration be given to delaying the operationalisation of that. And it doesn't mean that we're saying it has to be delayed, but I think that we're just asking that there's some consideration given to that. It will give us all more time to be absolutely confident that we understand what's going to happen when that's operationalised. So I ask for your support for those. There's also an amendment which is just a technicality, which is about a little typo that's happened in the paper. So that's 7A and B, just correct that. And apart from that, it is as it was in our agenda notes. So I am very supportive of us actually getting on with this and doing the last traffic resolution process to make sure this can be implemented. I'm totally looking forward to the cycleway. It's going to be such an asset. And when we are able to cycle from, say, Miramar right out to the Hutt Valley, it's actually going to be an asset for the region. And to not do this and to leave that piece unresolved, I think would be a very big failing on the part of this committee were we not to proceed. So that's from me, and I believe Councillor McNulty is going to second. She's going to reserve his right. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I've looked very closely at this because this is obviously a major component of the future for Wellington, the Let's Get Wellington Moving program. I've looked closely at the potential benefits and the potential costs. Overall, I don't think it stacks up. According to their own numbers, no more people are going to travel down Thornton Quay, and so therefore we're really not moving more people. And until we get solutions that actually move more people, we shouldn't spend tens of millions of dollars. I also think that the increased congestion is going to make a slower journey time for everybody. We've finally got a figure for State Highway 1, which I've been asking for well over a month. But normal traffic, people take cars for a reason, okay? And so they're going to have a slower journey. And that's probably to be expected, actually, as we do mode shift. I don't mind that. But the bus service is not being improved to the extent that will attract people. What hasn't happened in any of the analysis is to compare the change in the travel times from those people who are currently taking a car to those who are going to have to take a bus. I know from personal experience, from years of experience of travelling out of Johnsonville by bus, that the bus takes between 50% and twice as long as a car. And that's if you're actually close to a bus stop at each end. I actually got a job in Newtown Hospital. I had to buy a car because public transport through the CBD is simply appalling, and it's got worse over the past few years. The plans we have on the table at the moment, the plans we're funding, do not fix this. And I don't think Thornton Quay, which is going to improve the bus performance through there is going to be attractive enough to really bring people into the city. So I suspect that what's going to happen is what's happening already, and more people will start home and work from home, or work from Pororoa, or work from Kapiti, and we will have more jobs shift out of the city because we are simply not providing an accessible Wellington through this program. So yes, I urge you to vote against this. We're spending tens of millions of dollars. We're not getting more people with fewer vehicles. We're getting fewer people with fewer vehicles at a great deal of expense. And of course, we're screwing up Thorndon Quay as well. I've had a look at the crash stats. The cycling accidents have improved significantly since the interim changes were made. I can only see 2 serious cycling accidents on Thorndon Quay in the last year and a half, for where there's information available. And so I think it's good enough. I think it is good enough. We've made the big win on Thorndon Quay. So even in terms of the balance, and I'm thinking of all the disruption of the businesses, the childcare centres and everything, who are going to face a riskier journey as kids try and drop off toddlers. I just think the balance is wrong, and we should not be spending an enormous amount of money on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there, Councillor Pennant.
Here too after that. Look, I want to thank officers because it is, I think, not to this council's credit that it has taken so long to get this work done. We've had numerous votes over the years and there has been fierce resistance and it hasn't happened. But this project is the start of the vision through the chair of what we want to achieve. We want mode shift, we want great public transport, we want good walking and cycling, we want viable retail, we want great places for people to live, and this will help. This is exactly what we want to be doing along all of our streets. I reject the idea that we're screwing up Thorndon Quay. It's not great at the moment, to be honest. I did say that to the businesses. It's pretty dire. Like, there are some good buildings along there, but it's not the nicest place to be, and I spend a lot of time down here and did when I was a child as well. It could be so much better, and this is why some of this investment, public investment, will hopefully prompt some private investment as well. Look, we've heard from Greater Wellington there are going to be more buses, and this is just the start. We need to get more and more and more, and that's why I do kind of not like the idea of morning peak time bus lanes. We need to be talking about shifting the way we move so that people are doing it all the time. And I, for one, do not in any way concerned about the fact that more people will stay at home and work in Kapiti or in business centres or whatever. That's what we need to do if we're going to fight the climate challenge. We will have more people living in the CBD, which will replace some of those workers. So it's actually a really good thing. And just finally, as someone who has navigated with young children around this area for a number of years, I just really want us to shift that conversation about children and families and public transport. When the public transport works, and we've got a long way to go, smaller buses and on-demand services will help where, you're not living really, really close to a major bus stop. But this is the way we are going to be moving with our kids. If we want a future for them, we've got to stop climate change, and this is going to be one of the primary ways that we do it. And there is a lot of anxiety about this, but I promise you there is freedom in that. It is a great public health initiative, and being free of being stuck in traffic for a couple of hours a day will just make everyone's lives so much better, and we just have to do these painful steps to get to that much greater end. So thank you again to now many councillors, many mayors, many staff who have finally got us here, and it's quite subdued now. There's been some very, very difficult debates, but we've got to just get on with it, give certainty to the businesses, and then they can adapt. Kia ora.
Councillor Pennant, so I think we've got, is it Councillor Paul?
Yeah, I just want to echo those thanks from my colleague, Councillor Pennant, to all the officers that have worked on this project, and it's been a long time coming. It's really great to have Metlink here, so thank you for coming in and answering our questions. I just wanted to respond to a few things that Councillor Randall said. Councillor Randall talked about the longer travel journeys for people, but I guess the obvious thing that sticks out to me is that if we do nothing and if we maintain the status quo, with a growing population, travel times will definitely get a whole lot longer than 1 or 2 minutes. So, this, I always remind myself that this is part of the step change that our transport system needs in the city. And the status quo simply won't do. So I'm really pleased to see the innovative solutions that are proposed in this paper. And I guess another thing, responding to Councillor Randall's comments that it's good enough as it is, and this might be because I've been here longer, but the amount of children and mothers that have come and spoken to us about how unsafe they feel and how scary it is to experience near misses on that street is completely unacceptable. And if I had kids, I would not let them ride on that road as it is. But the reality is that there are kids riding on that road currently, and we have an obligation and a duty to them to keep them safe. So really happy to support this and glad that it's moving.
Is there any other debate? I think do you want your seconder?
No one else.
Is there anyone else that needs to speak? No? Where you go, Ben.
I suppose something I've been thinking a little bit about is density done well. The last few weeks when I've been speaking to bids in my way, the New Johnsonville bid and the Tawa bid, I've really encouraged them to challenge this institution about making that commitment, because it's very easy for us to walk around and say, yeah, we're going to do density done well. It's a whole other thing to put the pipes in the ground, put the playgrounds, put the infrastructure in there as people are coming through. And given the Takapū ward will take population growth, unlike any other, until the light rail at least is implemented, we will be slated for heavy population and intensification. So why is that relevant to this project? Well, in my opinion, the most valid complaint you can put forward is that this might be adding too much capacity too early. This is kind of like putting a brand new pipe in the ground when maybe it's only going to get used for 10 or 20% for a few years. But my goodness, what a shift in change from the perspective from this institution. We're not being reactive, we're being proactive in this one. I look at the bus services that are slated to come over in the next few years, and remember there'll be a construction period. So the 12-month period around immediate reinstatement doesn't feel that particularly relevant, because we're going to be at least 2 to 3 years before we're there. So from my way, the 57 in the Newlands and the 60E from Tawa getting extra services, and the 26 from Ngaio. Reinstating my personal favourite bus, the 19E from Churton Park, that goes up Featherston Street. Putting more services on the one and its spine, so Granada Village, Johnsonville West and to Churton Park as well. Those are all awesome outcomes. And we heard from Metlink officers the other day that they are planning for the proto spine. So what do they need to do in terms of an interim solution to take that traffic? It's not there yet, and look, I have some sympathy, especially for Councillor Randall, who I know loves a detailed plan, and being able to see where these pieces are coming together, and we are moving things in conjunction, and I can understand that, it would be lovely for us to have absolute certainty here, but, perfect can be the enemy of good enough. The other thing we need to account for is the brand new State Highway 1 seawall, which just incidentally happens to be a cycle lane as well, as Siobhan pointed out. That is going to dramatically increase the number of cycle ridership that we've seen here. And the numbers, didn't bother to put them in front of me, but the numbers that we continue to see on this corridor in terms of cyclists are only increasing at 20-30% month on month from the previous year. And this is before we do any infrastructure in the Takapū ward, given there's only the one in Tawa at the moment. Councillor Randall did speak to issues with capacity and slower vehicle times, and those are things that we should highlight. They are flaws of the design, but he didn't also mention the 4 minutes improvement in bus times. And I think if you're going to take from LGWM's own data and information, you also have to pick out the things that they have put forward as well. So there is a time saving in there. So I'm really quite comfortable with the project. I think we have, got a good mix of things going through here. One of the things that really worried me in public submissions was hearing about the childcare centre. What I've learnt is that we've already trialled and tested solutions with childcare centres further up the road, and we'll be able to implement a solution for them that's been trialled and tested as well, to make sure that we're managing that conflict between cyclists and parents of young children. So that was really pleasing to find that out. So if we're going to do this long-term stuff, this is where it is. This is probably the most proactive piece of infrastructure I can think of coming in front of me in the 10 months so far. And sure, it might just be a little bit too much too early, but I'm sure that we can come back to regs if that's the case and operate it as a bus lane with traffic at certain times in the worst case scenario if we're not actually finding that it's reaching capacity. So happy to second it and support this project. Kia ora.
Thank you. I just saw Councillor. Thank you. I just saw Councillor Calvert's hand. Does that mean you want to have? Have you already? You haven't. You haven't already spoken, have you? No.
I didn't realise Councillor McNulty was giving a right of reply, but anyway.
Oh no, it's me.
No, that's all right. I got a bit confused there. Yeah, look, it's great. I mean, if we can, if we've got lots of money to spend on future-proofing something, doing something like this now when it's not required, that's great. But we know what our city finances are like. We know how many pipes are bursting. We know we're losing 40% of our drinking water a year. And so we've got some really significant issues, reactive issues that we need to deal with now. And we've actually got to cut our cloth accordingly. Can we afford, should we be spending our money on this as opposed to other things that actually really need to be fixed now, not in the future? We've heard about the buses being increased. It's minuscule, really, in terms of what mode shift we were looking for. I absolutely agree the Thorndon Quay needs looking at. If we want to make it a destination place, and that's what the businesses want as well, and they're willing, and they've always been willing, because barring a couple of you, I have been around this table for 7 years and working with the Thorndon Quay community about what they would like to see in terms of that. They understand about the bike lanes. They understand about peak flows. They understand what it takes for people to come and do business there. I mean, none of these, I haven't seen a picture at all, a vision, people painting what Thorndon Quay will be other than the streetscape. They're not thinking about the economic engine that the whole precinct is. What do we want to see? Do we want to change? Do we want to chase all those businesses out? Are they just not suitable? We shouldn't be having them there. But what do we want to see in its place? We haven't done that thinking. And this is my issue with a lot of our transport projects. They're driven from the transport. They're not driven from a place about enabling for all people and for businesses to survive because, as you know, businesses pay 3.7 times the general rate. So they are funding a hell of a lot of this. And so we should be listening to them and giving and not being driven by something that we think, well, it's a nice idea, but actually we've got other things to be spending our money on. And I look across the table and I look how many people are driving in to this council, and we have a choice. You know, we set our meetings at 9:30, so we could avoid the peak times, but not everyone can do that, and not everyone can. People have got children; they need to drop off at childcare, or other people, and they need their vehicles. So I look around this table, and I think it's do as I say, not as I do, and so I think there's some merits in some of the work that's being done, but I do question the timing of this. I do question the costs because we know we're paying overheads through another body dealing with this, and I'm talking about Let's Get Wellington Moving, when essentially it is one of our roads and it's something that Wellington City Council should be doing. I feel for the community and the businesses who, when this was first proposed to them at the end of last year, the plans have changed and then they're asked to submit to us 8-9 months later on plans that had changed. So they didn't have the opportunity like Brooklyn did, and we didn't have the opportunity to work on some really solid amendments. And everyone around this table has allowed that to happen. So I'm holding you all responsible for this because it's great that you could do it for Brooklyn, but Brooklyn was able to come back specifically because they had the most recent plans to consult on. Thorndon Quay businesses didn't have that ability. They were asked to speak to what they saw, what was presented last year, and what was just verbally presented or shown a few pictures in June. Nothing for them to pore over or to take a considered look at until the last 2 weeks. So, and they feel that they're not being listened to. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on some of these things, but I'm not happy with this process, and I know a lot of people in the community aren't happy with this process. And really, is this where we need to be spending our money when we have got things broken now, when we can't even get, we've got unsafe intersections where we can't even get lights on because we can't afford to do that. We've got slips we can't afford to remediate. And yet we want to spend something on the future that might happen when we could easily put it in when the demand is actually there. So I'm feeling... I hope Waka Kotahi will actually look at this funding, because this is not a priority project for this city or New Zealand, when other places don't even have roads that need repair and which also need repairing. Thank you.
All right. If there's nobody else, I'll move to the right of reply. So thank you for everybody who's contributed to the debate. I do want to acknowledge our staff. So our staff internally, Moana Meki, Siobhan Proctor, Brad Singh, and others who've worked very hard on this, on getting the details right, and will be working hard into the future to actually deliver it, provided it's passed. Also, thank you to Adam Nichols and Alan Kerr, who've come from the program, from Let's Get Welly Moving. Lovely to have your expertise, and thank you very much to Alex Campbell from Metlink. And it's really good to feel that we can ask you questions and get a sense of how the other side of the equation with the bus services is going to pan out. Thank you, Councillor Randall, for acknowledging that the changes we made back, to change the parking have made it a lot safer. Instantly, we heard about how much safer our commuters feel, but we can still do a lot better. We can do better for our people who are walking, we can do better for our cyclists, and I really sincerely believe that if we do this the way it's planned, it will work out well for our businesses as well. To date, we have taken out some car parking with that change that we made, and to date, the economic data I've been told today shows that it's still as strong as it was. There's been no downshift in the credit card data or whatever it is that they're measuring it by. The parking availability actually is still there, and the estimates are that it will be sufficient even with the changes that we're making. The childcare centre, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because we have actually proved that we can do this with a very similar situation up on Hutt Road. And can I just say that when we did Hutt Road, that was, we had all these objections then, and we did it, and the world hasn't fallen to bits with the Hutt Road. Look, I'm actually quite confident about what we're doing. I know that view isn't shared universally around the table, but we've had several goes at getting this across the line. We've had this basic idea for a long, long time, and I really do encourage you all to support it at this particularly crucial time for this project. I'll stop there. I'll ask if anyone wants anything taken separately.
No, but if you could call a division.
We will call a division.
I'll save you having to go through each line.
Are we happy to take everything as in one lot? Right, well, let's do that. Let's vote. And that's passed by majority. Thank you, everybody. Alrighty, so we've got a couple of last items, and hopefully we'll get through to a little break. 5 minutes. Let's make it a tight 5 minutes, because if we go past 3:30, I have to vote to extend the meeting. Okay, we're going to make a start because we need to get finished by 3:30, if possible. So I would like to invite Seth Bothnick, is that right? And John? No, John's not here. Sarah Jane. Right. Oh, John's over there. Thank you. And if you can speak to both the papers, and then I think we'll take them together.
Okay, so we are asking for your recommendation to approve to council the disposal of 2 areas of roadland, one at 7 Lemnos Avenue in Karori, that's approximately 50 square metres, and then the other is at 161 Happy Valley Road in Owhiro Bay, and that's approximately 82 square metres. Both are pretty basic, both used under encroachment licences, one for front yard, one for garage. So the garage is 161 Happy Valley Road. We've had no feedback from adjoining owners or mana whenua when we requested comments from them on either of the proposals, but we will be doing further public notification at a later stage. So if there are objections, we will come back if we can't resolve them. But if you've got any questions, I think.
Thank you very much. Have we got any questions? No, I think they seem both very straightforward. I'll quickly move the paper. Do I have a seconder for the paper, for both papers actually? Can we do that? I'm going to have Liz. Yeah, thank you, Liz. I don't think we really need to say too much here. I think it's all pretty self-evident. Does anyone else want to say anything? Any debate? Okay, no need for a right of reply. Let's vote on both items 2.5 and 2.6, taking all the recommendations together. Are we allowed to do that? Yeah. Just check that process is actually okay. It's no reflection on your work. We really appreciate everything you do.
Oh, I understand.
But it just seems very straightforward.
Yes.
And given that we will have the opportunity, you will have the opportunity to hear from the public.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think we need to have any qualms about approving that. So thank you. That's passed unanimously.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Yeah, very simple. And we will now move to the actions tracking. Road closures. Yes, Maria, road closures. Road closures. Okay, thank you, Maria. And Brad.
The Newtown Festival, who you heard what Martin talked about this morning, and he's also submitted the rain day for the Newtown Festival is cancelled, and also a pop-up in Wilson Street with the community. We have the Thorndon Fair. We have the 2 car races that Jodie spoke to this morning, the Alexander Road Seals Hill Climb and the Shelley Bay Seals Sprint. And of course, we've resubmitted the Bookton Festival because they decided to extend the road closure by 3 houses.
Are there any questions for Maria and Brad? Did you receive any objections?
No, I didn't. I was quite surprised.
Okay.
Not a one.
Who has a question? Yes, sure.
Just off the back of, I know both Johnsonville and Tawa are cancelling their Christmas parades this year. There's a lot of administrative work and you've got a small groups picking up the load, but by a part of it is the council process and just the amount of that's coming through. So I'm wondering, are you seeing that as a trend across the city that there are less road closures because of that kind of workload, or any general commentary?
Yeah, from the community, because Kilburnie is not having one, and like you say, those 2, it's about the cost of community and volunteers. Many of the they don't have the volunteer capacity and paying for the traffic management, even though they do get funding. It's quite a big chunk of the funds they get. Yeah.
Any further questions? No? Okay, right. Well, I'll move that I'll move the paper. Do I have a seconder? Oh, I think, no?
Yeah.
Tam. Is there any debate? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to raise the costs of traffic management for communities. It is becoming really high for them, and I think we're seeing a lot of community events that could be held but aren't being held. And I just wonder how these things can be looked at going forward, because simple events, road closures, is how do we find a more cost-effective way to comply with health and safety, and also to support the local communities in holding events, and when a big part is volunteer effort and no one's making really any money out of it, how they can carry on and do the community events. So I think there's a piece of work that we need to think about how that can be supported going forward. But I don't have I'm just raising it now, not as a recommendation, but whether there's, we can take it offline, but something that we need to think about, and, perhaps even through our long-term planning.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable point. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say? Hui Liz.
Councillor Colvert raises a good point, and is there any appetite for perhaps council providing in-kind support to these, to these community events where they're not generating any income, they're free to the community, and they're providing, a fun, family-free activity? Is that something that the council could potentially look at? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this is quite the time. I think that's something we'll need to take offline, but you could answer it. We are in debate.
Quick
That's
answer.
the only thing. We'll agree to let you.
In short, everything costs money. So wherever we deploy council resources is going to cost us money. So it will take, if we're going to spend it on that, we'll not be doing something else.
Yes, okay. Well, I think we've got some useful things that we can bring up and perhaps discuss at some other point. But I do want to say thank you, Maria. You do a job very well. And I know that we've never had any backlash or any trouble with any of the events that I'm aware of, and that would be over quite a few years. They just all seem to go smoothly. So thank you for your part that you're playing in that. Shall we put this to the vote? And I think it's just the one paper, 2.7. Everything together? No need to take anything separately. We'll vote on it now. Oh, okay. All righty. So we'll take one and two. And that's moved unanimously. Right, so we're moving now to the actions tracking. Siobhan.
Yes, delighted to introduce the actions tracking. I take it as read. Happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any. Does anyone else? Okay. Is there any need for debate? No? Okay. I move that we just, have I got a second? Okay, let's go for it. And again, that's carried unanimously. Now, I did do this separately because I do actually want to debate on I do want to say a few things about the forward program. So I'm just going to invite Siobhan to introduce it.
So introducing the forward program, there is only one item on there for October. I think there may be more than one item when we get closer to the time.
I'm happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Ben. I do want to say, yeah, okay, questions first.
Look, it's about, because you've got Capital BMX. Now, that's part of, situated on Ian Galloway Park, and Ian Galloway Park is part of a master plan exercise. And so I would like to, and I know we haven't got any park sports and rec here, but if you could find out whether, how that fits in with that, because do we want to negotiate a lease that we may well decide to reorganise the broader park in a different way going forward.
Yeah, happy to talk to Kim Phil about that.
Thank you.
Questions? No. Well, I will move this, but actually the thing I want to say is this has been a massive agenda. In the course of today, we've managed to approve Thornton Key, Brooklyn permanent, and also a transitional sort of cycleway up in Karori, plus, heaven only knows, 16 or 17 other TRs, plus, other bits and pieces that come to us as part of our routine work. And I do feel in terms of the forward program, we're not particularly well informed at the minute. We've got one thing on the forward agenda, and yet we end up with these massive agendas. So I feel as if, I'm just putting it out there that I feel that we do need to have a bit of a think about how our agendas are managed, because I know this has been a massive amount of work for me, and I'm sure other people have found it a massive amount of work. And I've I've heard from the committee that this has actually been quite stressful. So I think we need to look at our management of our program. So that's just a bit of feedback, perhaps. Is there anyone else who wants to make any comments?
Thank you, Chair, because I was going to raise something similar, because I absolutely endorse what you're saying, and we've seen it play out this week where we hear submissions, and there's such a short time from when they make the submissions to when officers finalise the papers, and I don't believe there's enough time at times to really consider and actually really understand what the committee have heard and what our views may have been to enable those to be fed back into what gets presented. So I believe there needs to be a longer period between oral submissions and the papers coming to us. I also agree with you in terms of the volume of the work. And we've also seen with Karori that should have been a separate paper in its own right. And again, I'm concerned about that because that was just traffic resolutions, and no one's, we're not actually engaging with our residents, basically. Talking to them in their language. We're talking about traffic resolutions, and they're like, what is a traffic resolution? They're not understanding that actually the outcome we're looking at is putting in a cycle lane or whatever it is. So we often, we use the word traffic resolutions, which we all know, but they don't understand, and they don't understand the significance of it. So I think we need to get better at how these things are published. And I'll give you an example of a recent one, which is consultations due to end this weekend, is a proposed bike lane down through my area, Wilton, Crofton Downs, and there's all these sections of traffic pictures of these detailed traffic plans. There's no sort of holistic map, that's easy to interpret. So we need to get better at communicating with our community so that they can have an informed say, and that was all going to take a little bit of time, I believe, as well. So I think that needs to look at, and I think also what needs to be looked at is the time from when the papers are released to, or at some point when we go out and do these tours about where we're talking about. Because whilst one was, and I went back to my calendar, and it was put in my calendar last Thursday, and I couldn't attend one of them, was the Brooklyn one on Monday, and then later on in the afternoon for the Thornton Key. And really, if we know that these are bigger ones coming through, that they need to be planned in our diaries well beforehand, so that we can make sure that we are as informed as possible as well, because what you see on a map is very different sometimes to what you see physically when you're actually on the street. So I think that needs to be enabled as well, because it is a regulatory process committee, so we're really looking at those that level of detail, so that should be able to be planned in and scheduled in well before than what it has been of late, and it should be more of a pushing out. It shouldn't be like we have to keep asking for it. It should be part of the planning. So that's my feedback.
Okay, is there any other comment or debate on this? We will need to extend the meeting if we go beyond 3:30. 5 minutes, yeah. You've got a couple of quick points, yeah.
I think it's very important, that point for me as well, because as you know, this one put us in a lot of pressure, and there is a big one that's coming consultation-wise, and followed by a decision, the Berhampur to Newtown. In that consultation paper, there is a lot of things that I would love to see before you go out as well. That's I've been waiting a little bit, and I'm not sure where is the right place to start that. If I have to put a motion to be included in this and forward action, or if it's just better working with officers on the ground. That's the first one. And when it comes to decision as well, once the consultation come back, I would love to see more than 2 weeks so we can engage with the community in a better way. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think that there is a reasonable consensus around the table that we need to look into this and make a few adjustments. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up there. We will vote on the forward program, the one item, and that's part of what we've been talking about. Right. Kia ora, and thank you very much, everybody. We have actually done a sterling job, I think, and a huge amount of work will have been empowered by the decisions that we've done today, and we have been through the process to do that. So I will now close the meeting and say the karakia, and I don't think I've forgotten anything. So, unahia, unahia, unahia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te ara takatu. Koe rā I rongo, whakairia aki ki runga, kia wātia, aia rā, kua wātia. And a big, big thank you to Sean, who stepped in for Marcella, and a big thank you to, Sean, and then a big thank you to Siobhan.